welcome to today's session of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars. As we near the end of online services on the Wii U and 3DS in 2 weeks' time, we're recording everything we can, of the original Mario Maker, and that means we are on our 5th day of coverage of Levels by Glackum, a profile that's very nearly at the 100 level upload cap, I believe. And I think, other than Tetraterix or John, this is the only maker that we've spent, I think, 5 separate sessions covering, but some of the levels have taken us a little longer than others, and there are, of course, very many of them. We are, however, close to the end. It seemed like the end was within reach yesterday, but we thought it would be better to maybe carve this off into a separate stream just to give things the proper amount of attention. And that cat, presumably the last session with Glackum, depending on whether we feel like grinding out the one and only level we had to bail out on, which is Platforms in Purgatory. Which, well, there was a very clear roadblock to it, let's just say. Technically speaking. I probably could grind it out if I really put into time, but with only 2 weeks left, there are a lot of makers I want to see, so we'll see how long it takes today to get through the remaining levels on Glackum's profile that we haven't seen yet. And after that, as far as time allows, we'll see if we can throw in an additional maker or two. And that'll depend on how we're doing in terms of time. I sometimes make those decisions just based on what kind of profile is realistic to cover. Anyway, let's begin today with A Legend of Zelda Tower Temple. This is going to be an SMB3 level, followed shortly by Tower of the Lich King, which I think is an SMB3 remake of a Super Mario World level that we saw yesterday. And so we'll be looking at the Ghost House theme for quite a bit, it seems. Regardless, we might be in for something relatively lengthy, given that the current world record held by Reflect Fox, who I think is Reflectivist Fox, is close to the 5-minute mark. Let's explore. Alright, cloud on a spring, that's always encouraging. That Muncher Gate up here, not so encouraging. However, I wonder if this is flyable. It looks like it should be. You get enough distance here to perhaps take a leaf. And if you hug the wall, then you pass the Muncher on the right side. The other possibility, of course, is to just be holding a POW. Or, for that matter, a Buzzy Helmet, or a Spiny Helmet. Although this little staircase here might make that slightly complicated. But anyway, it looks like eventually we're going to have us ascend the outside of the temple. And let's just keep that in mind. We'll check these doors in a moment. Let's just scout this out first. See what we're dealing with. Yeah, so this gets you over, if you just board it for a ride over here. I wonder if this door is actually a reset. We'll check it. It is just a reset. Probably in the event that you do something to displace the cloud, perhaps, or if other such things happen. Oh! Let's not just get bumped around right away, though. Looks like we are supposed to just go upstairs. Yeah, so there's some reason why a reset is perhaps necessary here. Might just be some edge case with disabling the spring. That's what I would imagine. Love the window design, incidentally. You have all these semi-solids stacked over what is already part of the background window pattern in the Ghost House theme, and the frame here is just kind of built around that. Anyway, it looks like this will eventually be something for a big shell to cut through, or a P-switch. And what do we have? Oops. Up here. Just a pipe. We'll check that in a moment. Let's just take a look. This is somewhat reminiscent of what was going on at the Lich King level with perhaps moving dry bones around to different locations on a map. And checkpoint up here, which has the P-switch to release this gate. Presumably we'll be approaching that from the left, and then P-switch will just open up this gate for continuation from that point. Yeah, currently just getting a sense of the map. Since this is the first run. Don't know what this guy's all about. Apart from potentially obstructing flight on the left side. Looks like the left side is pretty clearly a flight zone, actually. Unless that's just one big unfortunate pit for you to drop into. Anyway, let's keep on going. Looks like we'll need to light these up or crush them at some point. And yeah, just need to get a sense of where the various gates are. It's a big map, as you can see, and very spread out. The kind of thing that we don't see as much anymore in Maker 2, as we've said so many times. Okay, so just getting a sense of the type in a door down here. Is there anything else? Let's grab this. We should obviously check this. And yeah, look for a moment like that was stacked, but it's not. You always have to pay attention to the pixels around the pipe to get a sense of that. Also notice that yeah, no spin jumps, so that's not how we'll deal with these guys. It'll be something else, but it's a little high for me right now to reach. However, oh, you can do that, okay. Kind of felt like I did it accidentally, so didn't really solve it per se, but we'll take it. Then, you just kind of spawn in a few more as you go. Eventually. Need to read this accurately first. Ah, okay. Boss door over here. So that's eventually where we'll go. But before we can do that, we'll head down to the bottom right, which has the door and the pipe to look at. Oh. Same one that sniped me last time. P-switch gate, probably, but let's continue this way. Now on the other side, which will, of course, get you through the Muncher Gate. What do we do until then? Let's see, is there anything for the Piranha to light up? Not yet. The Munchers, if you'll look at this, are also vulnerable to a Buzzy Helmet from below. Yeah, there is a leaf that will be obtainable at some point in the level. Yeah, it is a level that very much adheres to the kind of see the lock before the key school of dungeon design, where it seems to be very much the point that you traverse as much of the layout as you can and see different kinds of gates that you can't open yet. I think we're supposed to get it. And, I mean, this will be able to break some things open here and there, so... however, you can also... Oh, no. Clearly supposed to throw it in there and let it spring up to something else. There we go. Yeah, that should bump it. Let's move it in closer. That's very satisfying. Using the springs and clouds to pull up that kind of trick. Look at all the spare buzzies on the tracks, too. We're just once again showing off how many spare entities there are available here. Yeah, this kind of collision with springs bouncing things along the ceiling, that's something that we've seen a couple of people do at this point. I think we saw that in a number of David Pinkston's levels as well. the collision doesn't work quite the same way in 2, as I recall. And partly because of the changes in wall bounces. Let's grab a spare shell just in case. No, we can't because of the vine. Anyway, that's going to get us through this launcher gate over here. Notice that timeout might very well happen. Opening this up means that the P-switch gates won't be too much of a concern. I don't know if there's a particular reason why I wanted to bump this, but we did it anyway. Actually, that's not a good idea. Let's push him out a little bit. We know that it's... yeah, the big coin column on the right, so that's not going to be it. We know about this gate on top already. This looks like it'll be the way to go, unless we want to take it all the way back out front to see the muncher off the side there, which I actually kind of want to do, given that... oh no, you can't, because of the obstruction here. You need P-switch in order to open these, presumably, and then... yeah, you are otherwise forced to go forward. Good way to gate that off. Anyway, no key for me yet. I think this is kind of a Meshkuba boss room then, where we limit their spawning locations, and in doing so, grab the key off one of them. Oh wow, got all of that peeled off already. If the other one would kindly spawn. Kindly spawn. Yeah, interesting fight here too, where you think you can aim for them, and then the donut blocks of other plans. Now, if only we could get him to come back. It would be... oh, there we go. Of course, we did have the key over here. Then we've got checkpoint at 20 seconds. And Fire Flower, which will allow you to open up some of the bomb gates we saw much earlier. And yeah, this wraps back around to where we were before. Or will eventually. I mean, we're going to hit timeout in just a moment, so it's not going to be consequential, but we can at least map out where we're going to go next from there. Notice that at this point the level also does allow you to backtrack by opening up the bomb gates to the beginning, which means that we can take the POW and progress that way. So let's get fully armed. Nope. Wait this out for a moment, and then proceed. Yeah, so we can just head back down here, I think. This is in that bottom right section. And we've been to the left already. I don't know if the Fire Flower changes too much here, though. I think the main thing we can do is take the POW back to the entrance and up the steps. Now that we do have a pretty clear way to open that gate. Oops. That also means taking the POW here. We don't need to backtrack all the way later. Might as well grab this in case of a P-switch gate later on. And let's head on back. And yeah, speaking of P-switch gates, let's just eradicate coins when we can. Now here, we should be able to bomb these locations. And in doing so, open up this. I'm guessing we shouldn't step into the bottom left or bottom right. But you never know. Now, over here, it's not where we want to go, but we know that a leaf exists in this level, so now this really conspicuously looks like the eventual flight zone that we will require. And with that key there, too. Seems like that's going to be a major point of progression that we'll see someday. Now, though, we can come over here. Yeah, notice that I think it is supposed to be something that you do with the POW. Because when you're big, I think it's probably not so likely that we just sneak under there with the Buzzy helmet. Oh yeah, because it's there's a ground tile on top of it, so never mind. I have to wonder what kind of skips are possible, though. I mean, you'd be using the POW regardless if you try to do things this way. And it doesn't go far enough anyway, so let's just whack it. And, oh. Continue here. I think we're supposed to send this guy up. Well, if we kick him towards the note block, then he'll do that. And then, yeah, we know which passage this opened up. But we weren't able to follow it in time over. Yes, up this. Yeah, and then now, got this guy over here. I think we probably do need to drop him into... we could break open the windows, but there's no real reason to do that I can see. Other than wanting to break windows. Might have been possible. But, as you can see, you can kick him through that at this point, which will allow you to go through here. That doesn't get you much of anything, though. Now, what is the entry to the eventual leaf location? It is... height. So I wonder if we already cut through what we needed to. As far as the Buzzy is concerned. Yeah. I mean, the only thing to hit here really is this window. Because perhaps you can drop it. And then, oh, just trying to blow this up. There's probably no reason to do it, though. We already know it's there. You should, however, look for something like the P. The other thing we can do is find a way to get one of those cloud platforms and lead it all the way back here, which I think is the point of doing things continuously. That we know that in the room here, that we opened up some... maybe it wasn't this room. Yeah, because I wonder if one of the reasons that we want to open up big continuous spaces is so we can lead the cloud platforms. Whoops, that's a mistake. From one end to the other. Let's just see what form that would take. I think we need to go back through a pipe and check subworlds a little bit. Yeah, so we've been up here before, obviously. We've been through the Muncher Gate before. And this was the climb up to the boss room. This here we've been to. Both ways, nothing up here. And we have been here, although that gives me the helmet. This is the key where we came in, so this is not going to be a key door we need to think about too much, I don't think. I mean, clearly the Buzzy helmet is... or the big Buzzy is the most important sign of progress we've had so far in terms of opening this up. Yeah, so you do stand here and you do spawn this. So we should think about that when it comes to the question mark blocks, is that they actually are spawning locations for the springs, and so we did understand that correctly eventually. And that over here we're able to make it across. So that's what the buzzer gave us, was that it just made the whole space continuous in a way that we could use to our advantage. But here we just try to drop off onto the cloud platform as soon as we're able. That should actually get us up to the next checkpoint, assuming we can make the climb while we're tall. Oh, that was almost right. Well, we've got 40 seconds to sort this out. Oh, nope. We've got 30 seconds to sort this out. We've got 20 seconds. We'll see. I mean, checkpoint's right there. We're gonna miss a checkpoint, just watch. Just watch. Yeah, we're not gonna make it. That's okay, we know the path here at this point. Well, we occasionally beat the buzzer with some clutch plays. That was not one of these times. So let's open up some bomb gates again and get back. Okay. Definitely a very strong central concept of breaking open and unifying the space using the cloud platform to work your way across. Again, this kind of continuity between spaces is something that, without scroll stopping in Maker 1, people still managed to make these huge room scale spaces and also lent themselves very naturally to this kind of interconnectivity that you would see in a dungeon format. And so, okay, we're back here. Oh, I forgot to get POW. Yes, that's right. I need to bring POW back here. So, actually, quite a bit of backtracking we need to do. Or is it? Let's see. That's right, because normally you take the POW over to the left side gate. Instead, we're going to come over here and go down. And this will be the POW location. Then we take it back up to the left side of the entrance. It's sort of interesting that with the introduction of the Link power-up Maker 2, you see a lot of people do, naturally, Zelda dungeon-style levels with Link. But that seems to have relatively killed off a lot of Zelda-style dungeon design not using Link and using Mario instead. They can only think of a few makers that really kept up with that. Mr. All Games all day, welcome. Okay, anyway, we smashed this open. We need to send it over again, I think, so we can break that. Let's just get another one. And we'll let it walk, actually. Without disabling the bridge. Once it's down, send it across over here. And that will allow me to open up Cloud going this way. And we'll try this again, this time with quite a lot more time than we had before. Definitely fumbling this quite a bit under time pressure earlier, so let's be a little bit more strategic about this now. Whoop, I should have jumped there. Very cheeky of this level to put something like that right before checkpoint, which is actually a good choice. That, you know, something time-consuming that the player needs to work on should perhaps also be the thing that you got to preserve progress-wise. And anyway, let's fall in when we can. Okay, again. Yeah, just making sure we cling on to the vine again as we go up. I was having a bit of trouble getting off there. But if we're ready to just hold up when we do get bounced around and we just keep on clinging, generally things are going to be okay. Yeah, we should have just done it in the first place, just hold up through all that. Anyway, P-switches are reloadable here, so let's get one and take one. And now I realize that I was a little bit lazy about some of the coin drops. Oh, leaf is over here on both sides. Okay. Good. Well, there's a very clear location that we wanted to try. So we'll do that, and we'll even carry the P-switch for good measure. If we can remember where that was, that would be great. But a lot of possibilities, actually. But I think the one I'm looking for was closer to where we entered. Ah, yes, okay, we looped back around. Let's try to remember which piece it was with. Oh, no, the thing I thought about as the flight spot was actually this whole thing here leading up to checkpoint. So, no, never mind, that's not important. We still don't know who's holding the key now, do we? I mean, no, key is down here. It's basically the boss key. And so we need to look for something that will be a P-switch gate in the other subworld. Yeah, this was the big buzzy crush earlier that we did. Then we send this over. That column at the entrance actually looks interesting. Yeah, actually, no, you go back to the entrance, you fly all the way up. You can have this very clean line of visibility here. That's the other thing about Maker 2, is with no scroll stop, you didn't have information revealed this way much more often. I think we had to drop the P-switch to do that. That's okay. We know where to get the P-switch at checkpoint 2, so let's just go back. And see what we can do. Back at the entrance. Oh, okay, because you have this one tile gap here. That is actually a problem. I didn't think about that, actually. Now, with a P-switch, though, we could have... Oh, I see. With a P-switch, we can actually do a climb. Like, you know, you jump up, you climb a little bit, you jump up, you climb a little bit. However, if you eradicate all the coins, the possibility goes away, so... I wonder if there's something else that we should be doing. What could happen instead? It looks like it should be something that involves the P-switch, I would guess. Notice now that we can get back through here. with no real trouble. With 20 seconds left, we won't really be able to see the complete interaction. And yeah, I think that's likely to send you up here into this room to get the key. So I think we take the P-switch with us, and then we fly up. Or, well, not fly up, but there's a particular sequence that you can do with a P-switch active that I think will be important here. Let's open this up so we can get some leaves. Oh, missed that. That's okay. Got many ways to deal with it now. Now, opening up the bomb gates without the firefly, that's something I hadn't thought about, but that's okay, we're at the entrance. I mean, oh, well, you can also just do a crouch flight of some sort, perhaps, but... Whoop, no, I actually stuck myself. That's not good. Well, that's too bad. Let's go back and get another one then. I was thinking of using the P-switch in conjunction with a tail whip to climb up there. That's probably not the optimal method. I feel like there's probably some way that you're supposed to maintain P-speed and make it through here. But we won't see it. Let's get back up. We just need to get back to the checkpoint room for P-switch. That's fairly accessible. And so the idea... I feel like timing is going to be an issue here, but... Oh, it's not quite what I was going for, but... It's also not quite what I was going for. Yeah, no, you need some way to fly it, and then... Yeah, I didn't think about this little slot here. That's the main obstruction at this point. Because basically you need to keep P-speed. Coming in here. I wonder if there's a way for the thing here to send you through the one-way panel, perhaps, but... Or for a way to send a leaf over to the right side. No, that doesn't make sense. Well, I guess if you're a small Mario, then you're able to run over here, and then you're able to catch a leaf. And then you could actually fly, but that seems a little impossible. It's clearly the way to go, though. Well, it might be something else to do with the P-switch. The P-switch is clearly progression at this point. On the other hand, that's because it opened up a leaf, and probably there is something else that we can do with the leaf that we haven't thought about properly yet. In terms of something that it can open up. Oops. Yeah, it's a pretty substantial climb. And so the question is whether it's possible. Whoops, oh, that was a mistake. That's okay. Maybe if you kind of get into a slide here just as you start flying. Nope, won't work. Nope, was trying to sneak in like that. Also, actually, that kind of works too. That maybe you can bump. That's why there's a reset door, incidentally, is so you don't get into these issues of cloud. But where you go, oh, that doesn't build P speed, but maybe there's a way to set up using that by giving yourself something to run against, and then like if you go, no, not really. Well, I mean, look at that. You can steadily build up a charge. This is oddly satisfying. Normally you see this kind of set up with a conveyor. That's very nice. Actually, we didn't even need to do that. We could have just gotten into the cloud. But I like the way we did it. We could have just whipped that and just rode the cloud. You know, just done it the sensible way, but nope. This is really neat, actually. Like, I feel like I haven't seen this as a puzzle solution where you don't even have a conveyor or anything, but you just kind of bump against this to build P-speed in a one-tile slot just by doing a slow charge. You probably don't see it often just because it is a slow charge, so unless it's a slow-paced puzzle, people aren't liable to do that to you, but... Still pretty fun to see. Whoops. Let's get another leaf. Probably want a helmet too, but you never know. And why not? We'll even take the POW for good measure. Wasn't there a helmet in the room prior to this one? Probably. In one of these, anyway. Don't quite remember. Oh yeah, no, it's okay, no, never mind. Lost track of time again. We have 80 seconds. Well, I mean, we know how to get up to the key door at this point, but we also know that we've expended two checkpoints already, and that's would be under time constraints on whatever the boss turns out to be. Yeah, I couldn't remember how to get back to the helmet. But the boss room is up this way. And at this point, we can just go like this. Oh, I mean to do that. Okay. Oh, that's still salvageable, just barely. Yeah, losing the POW. I was hoping to save it all the way here. We totally could have done so. Looks like a couple of the doors here are open to something. Yeah, it looks like we have to basically do this dungeon traversal here. Find the right path. And with 20 seconds remaining, yeah, if we had a POW, we could have just gone through this right side immediately. Whoops. We're 20 seconds now, so let's get out of here. I'm going to try to take the POW through here next time, actually. I feel like I can do it. Now, this is the same boss that was in Frostmourne Cellar's Secret. Very similar kind of room as well, in fact, where it just tried to bump you out the side and force a reset. So... I think we do, in fact, need to cycle around somehow. And send objects bouncing so the POW is activated. Let's do this again. Now that we have a very clear idea of where to go. And also have to do this. Anyway, that's a bit of a tight fit, but we got it. And we, oh, never mind. That's also why there's a reset. And a reset on 2 doors in case you block one of them. I mean, 2 doors that are very easily accessible. Obviously, the reset doors have to be paired anyway, but... I mean, you know, you don't have them placed so close together that an object can somehow block both of them. Love this little leaf design over here, too, on the tracks. Okay. Let's head on up to the boss. I am actually going to try to take an extra power into it this time, just to see what happens. I'll try to be more careful with that. Like I was saying, I was hoping to get the helmet as well, but I don't really remember where in the layout it is. I think it was back at checkpoint 1, which we have to be cautious about hitting. Oh yes, and that would have placed it at the right side of this room. And let's not do anything too rash. We don't want to hit the checkpoint flag, obviously. Because, well, never mind. Okay, that's fine. We'll just reload back to checkpoint 2. Otherwise, we'll have a huge backtrack upon death or timeout. So we will get back to checkpoint 2, just briefly. And after activating that, we'll make our way up to the whole boss area again. At this point, we just spawn a cloud and kick it. Oh, come on. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can still do it. Pick it up. All the way up. There we go. Anyway, we can get up on that side. However... Oh, is it because I flew this up earlier? I think it is. Let's... Or did I? No, I think I... Oh, yeah, I just kicked this cloud again. That's what I did. There's a little bounce on a power there. Although not quite what we were going for. Whoa. So, oh yeah, we didn't quite do that. You do need to overlap them quite well to bust down both. I kind of feel like we don't want to do that anyway because we'll break the fight, but we like breaking things. That's what we do. Anyway, let's whip this one again. Thank you so much for the follow. At this point, we know more or less what we're doing up to this point. Hang on. I'm very poor at estimating e-speed distance, but there we go. And you thought it was just quiet for a bit there? Oh. Yeah, actually, no, Meng, you're right. That's the game sound is starting to bug out a little bit. Let me just fix that very quickly. We haven't had too many issues with this recently, but, you know, we'll fix it whenever we can. Give me one moment, and hopefully it doesn't blow up the synchronization or anything too much. Okay, and yeah, we should be fine sound-wise. Let me know if it's alright. Sometimes we have it a little bit out of sync, I think, after a reset, but it might settle down. And yeah, Timian98, what am I doing? Yeah, we've been running lots of full profiles of notable makers ever since January. We are currently near the end of running through every level by Glackum, and thus far, we've been progressing with the first level today, which is this Tower Temple. Very much in keeping with his general interest in big vertical spaces. Or at least creating the illusion of a vertical space within the bounds of what you can do with Make 1. Oh yeah, we didn't grab the POW or the helmet this time. That's okay. Let's bounce this guy first. Bounce this guy first. There we go. And after that, we know that the correct pipe is on the left. I assume these are just reset doors, incidentally. That eventually take you up. The other two pipes were not actually accessible. Okay, let's get out of here before the munchers lock that gate. Now, if we get ejected back here, does that mean that I'm forced back out? I think I see that possibly I do need the POW, actually, just to get through the muncher gate. Otherwise, we get ejected. Oh, I see. No, we need the Thwomp boss to actually hit the POW. And we need to hit it both times. Otherwise, we get reset back here. Yeah, basically, you need to survive long enough without getting bumped out that you get the Thwomp to stomp on both POWs. That unstacks both munchers. We can't sneak in quickly. And then once you unstack both munchers, then that pipe will offer access to a big shell. And of course, you have to be pretty risky here in order to get the Thwomp to get close enough to the POW in the first place. Such that I think we actually do want to fly. There we go. And then it's going to send itself way up, so we'll try it again. Over here. There we go. Now it should give me a big shell. That... yeah, we want to get close enough over here that... well, I mean, this one's going to fly. There's a big pipe stack going on, basically. And then if we're careful about the stack, then we should be able to whip one of these out, so then we can use it like this. And then we crush both sides. Right side over there. We'll try try to whip another one over this way, crush the left side over here. Once we do that, what happens? Then we can climb. Then, yeah, we don't want to lose too much here, but we will need a leaf to whip on either side. Will we get a leaf? Where's my leaf? There it is. We actually want to send the flop down. If we can, so it just doesn't get in my way. Yeah, the leaves have to leave, because that's what leaves do. Before we can get another one to come out of the pipe, obviously. One-way panels, okay. So it's not an exit, it's something else that we're going to get. Possibly a star? It is a star. So yeah, the trick is to not get pushed out. Yeah, we know that from the Frostbone Cellar level that we spent a long time on back when we did 1YM because of exactly this kind of fight. Where one pushes you out and resets the whole fight if you're not careful. Let's relinquish the leaves, we don't need those, but we can use this star. Oh, nope, that was close. Awfully close. Once we get a leaf here, we should be fine. Yeah, now we need to get up here for long enough that we get a star. There we go. Then... that's okay because the key door is actually on the other side in this room. Yes, that's correct. And we'll get out. Well, I mean, we kept the leaf, so let's fly up and see what that is. Oh, one-way panel there. Nothing, okay, that's just a decorative element. And up the steps we go, and that's it. Yeah, some very satisfying moments there. Particularly as we connect the rooms into a continuous puzzle space. I always enjoyed that kind of large-scale thinking. That's something that was a very notable characteristic of Zelda dungeons, particularly the 3D ones, in their prime. But some similarity with what we'd already been seeing in some of the skyscraper levels when it comes to breaking open passages that would connect different rooms to make them really organically part of the same level. Okay, so Tower of the Lich King, like I said, it's a very similar layout to the Super Mario World version, at least at a glance. But given that there were some critical puzzle solutions in the Super Mario World version about a year earlier that depended on SMW mechanics, such as the spin jump and such as the up throw, surely there have been some notable changes. And we'll decide or discover soon enough what those changes are, so let's do it. This is a very popular version, as you can see. So yeah, made about 6 months after the other version. But this one seemed to absolutely blow up for some reason, relative to its neighbors. Possibly because it's visibly on the easier side, going by clear rate, but we'll see how much we need to figure out again from scratch. The other version did take me quite a while, I think. Not because it was difficult, but just because it was huge, so. Yeah, Mr. All Games all day. It's really crazy how long the levels were in Maker 1. I mean, that's partly a function of who I've been playing. And I generally like long levels. I think that, you know, my theory so far has... Oh yeah, we need to walk this guy. We know this. This is sort of the central mechanic of the entire level. My theory is that, you know, as the core of the Maker community, such as it was, gravitated away from level sharing formats like Reddit which was already, somewhat irrelevant by the time Maker 2 rolled around. And then more towards things like viewer levels on Twitch, where, very often there would be time pressure to do things quickly. And combined with some of the incentive structure of how people were actually farming stars in, or farming likes rather, in Endless, which heavily encouraged short levels just for that, efficiency gain of spamming 20-second speedruns everywhere. I think there were a lot of social factors, not just formal factors within the game, to why the Maker 2 meta seemed to be a lot more about, short-focused ideas. And yeah, it's a very noticeable change in style that, large puzzle spaces were really something that seems to drop out between games. And it seems all the good makers wanted to paint the entire canvas. Yeah, it's sort of interesting because we've seen some makers who kind of go to either extreme where, either they're painting the entire canvas or they are making puzzles that are one screen wide. Sometimes one screen wide and 2 screens high, so not strictly a one-screen puzzle. Okay, yeah, so this was the same thing that happened in the other version where you loop around. Let's see if I can remember this somewhat. It seems very similar to the Super Mario World version so far. Basically, this level is all about just figuring out how to escort the dry bones to different locations where you can use them for jumping. Yeah, currently we're trapped up here, which means that we do need to cycle back down and progress by way of raising bones to various locations. Although that didn't seem terribly helpful. Let's try this one. Looks like we're missing something. Oh yeah, no, that guy gets you over. But yeah, definitely, the change to having scroll stop mattered quite a bit. It's the biggest change in Maker 2, I think. By far the most impactful change is scroll stop. And of course, there's so many things that are not possible without scroll stop, and in many ways, it's the best thing about Maker 2 that you just sort out so many despawning bugs that way, and you have much more control as the maker over what the player can see and what is or isn't loading. Makes a whole lot of other tech possible. Entire level formats we hadn't seen previously. But the sort of price of it is that it did also, I think, move people away from filling the canvas with a lot of the huge, spacious, contiguous designs that would make big dungeon puzzles possible. So that too has to be a factor. But yeah, easily one of the very noticeable things about how the Maker 1 experience seems to differ so much stylistically. Because I do remember, right from day one of Maker 1, much more interest in trying to recreate Metroid despite the limitations of power-up progression in Mario format. Okay. So... yeah, we'll need to kick something over there. Oh, yes, yeah. Whoops, losing the flower. I don't think we need it necessarily yet, though. Do you think we should give a TED Talk on the topic? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I feel like we're already kind of performing the function on Twitch. In many ways. Oops. Oh, no, let's let him get back up. Can't access the mushroom right now, though. Twitch education, exactly. not two things that normally go together very well. Yeah, because I remember... I mean, the thing about Twitch is that you're much better able to reach specialist audiences. They might be fairly small audiences, but you know that the audience is engaged. So, as some of you might know, I do play Scrabble tournaments, and have done so for a very long time. And I remember back in the 2000s when, on the heels of the poker boom, ESPN was trying to make Scrabble on ESPN a thing. There was a little bit of championship coverage, and you know, I was there one year when it was being filmed. And for a number of complicated reasons, the game has only really kind of fallen off from that peak since, when it comes to public interest in the competitive side and official support and funding and all that. But it's been interesting in the past few years to see some people building it up on Twitch again. So, you know, earlier today, for instance, there was a schools championship that was being broadcast, and you know, you're actually able to reach very specifically the audience that you want to hit, even if it is numerically much smaller, like that. And I think it's very much the same with what made things like esports possible, certainly what made things like the maker scene in its current form possible. Do you think in the future all school will be live streamed? No, I doubt it. Because there are too many differences in learning styles. Like, you could definitely hear from people who are in the teaching profession on the heels of the whole COVID crisis that there's definitely some students that benefited and some that absolutely suffered. Like, where not everybody's really able to flourish in a video education environment, because, you know, a lot of people just don't learn that way. And so, oh yeah, we go up to the bell tower. I think of this as the bell tower, and I think I'm actually somewhat accurate. And then, yeah, so far this layout is pretty much the same as one of Super Mario World, but it makes me interested to see what some of the changes in puzzle solutions will be, because of... Hang on, let's redo this. Because there were a few critical moments in the other version that depended on Super Mario World mechanics. And yeah, we always have this issue of kicking us with momentum, which can cause issues. And we have 13 seconds to find a checkpoint. There we go. I think I did that in the other version too, that we also had a clutch checkpoint. And then this time I have no excuse. I've actually seen this level at this point, and seen it recently, like 2 days ago. And yeah, Mr. All Games All Day, your wife and you do Scrabble games against each other a lot over your phones, yeah. And yeah, I haven't played much with the new official app. So the license went from EA to Scopely a few years ago, and one of the former American champions who does stream on Twitch actually works for Scopely now and does a lot of basically events development for competitive Scrabble. But yeah, I've never really played online that much. I did stream a bit of Scrabble for a while back when, you know, in the middle of the pandemic, it was much easier to find opponents online. And there's still a sort of modest online scene where most of the people play over in Woogles. Yeah, Words with Friends isn't exactly the same thing. There's a bit of a history behind Words with Friends. It's not the same board layout, and there's actually an intellectual property reason for that. But yeah, so Woogles is kind of like the equivalent of Lichess, if you know what Lichess is. Where it's basically a free site that also has a ton of huge analytical features that are built into it. I should probably pay attention to this. That's okay, I've already played a version of this level, so I don't mind fumbling through it a bit while we talk. So yeah, so back in the late 2000s, back in sort of the peak Zynga era, when games implementation on Facebook was kind of exploding briefly as a business, there was an app that was made called Scrabulous, which was basically a Facebook games implementation of Scrabble. And it was done by a third party that didn't actually have any kind of like licensing agreement with either Hasbro or Mattel, who owned the rights in different regions. And so, anyway, they got their pants suit off, basically, and then they just decided, well, okay, we have an existing user base, we've got this mass corpus of data. We're just going to change the board layout to avoid intellectual property issues, and we'll rename it Words with Friends. And so that's the origin story of Words with Friends. Now, the problem with that is, while it's not really noticeable from a casual perspective, the sort of redrawing of the grid for Words with Friends like completely breaks a lot of the strategic risk and reward flow of Scrabble, where, like, basically, you know, in Scrabble, when you make big plays that take advantage of bonus squares, just as a result of how consonants and vowels work in the English language and in most other languages, you know, if you make a big play, usually what happens is that you open up the opportunity for your opponent to also make a big play, right? And so there's a big sort of positional strategic metagame that develops around that, and oh yeah, we send a shell down this way. And so, you know, a lot of us who kind of play Scrabble at a serious level are very kind of judgmental about Words of Friends that way, because it's definitely less interesting in that respect. But again, it clearly did reach a much bigger player base in some ways, just because of a lot of the IP issues, you know, not being an obstruction. You were not expected to be educated on this topic today. You see, people keep telling me that I should stream more Scrabble again, and I kind of agree that I should, like, and I want to do it more later this year, so I can actually talk about this stuff. Okay. But yeah, basically, I mean, as somebody who followed a lot of Blizzard games as well, like a lot of the there's a lot of mismanagement that happened with the Scrabble brand, basically, that was very frustrating to people who played a game at a club or tournament level, and it reminds me very much of a lot of the mismanagement that happened with esports on Blizzard's end, and basically why League of Legends came over and ate everybody's lunch when you know, that's in the early Twitch era, it's kind of managed to take over. So yeah, so this room is one that has completely changed. In the Super Mario World version, it was based on a solution where you have to spin jump on a big dry bones to crush it, which was a solution that eluded me for far, far too long. A couple of the other locations have also been relaxed, like the whole bit with dropping the dry bones on top of the Buzzy in one of the previous solution rooms. That one was very clearly retuned to, you know, basically not be as much of a pain to execute. So yeah, this has been simplified in that now it just gives you a dry bones that you can walk over. However, we don't have up throws anymore, which is why we use two springs in conjunction. I was wondering what the sort of alternative to up throws was going to turn out to be. And yeah, it would be. It's something I want to stream again, like I said, but you know, Maker 1 has been such a priority lately that Actually, at the end of the stream today, if he's still on, we'll probably be raiding a Scrabble guy, because one of them, and a very prominent one, is running a 24-hour show today, I think. In fact, it's actually the current North American champion who kind of comes here and raids our stream from time to time. Like, he's probably going to be the one we visit at the end of the stream today, if he's still running. But in fact, I'll just shout him out now, because I think it's actually his birthday or something. So yeah, this is a guy. I think he's just doing some piano streaming or something right now, but he is actually the current reigning North American Scrabble champion. And so if you want to see well-explained high-level play on a regular basis, he's the one who's actually streaming most regularly nowadays. And a lot of it is game analysis. Like, he'll just kind of bring up tournament reports of games that he's played, and he'll actually just step through each move and explain why things were done the way they were done. And yeah, his stream has actually brought a lot of new people to the tournament scene in some regions anyway. And so definitely there's been a lot of casual interest on Twitch that has transferred over. So yeah, anyway, if anybody wants to dip over to Actor Typo's stream and tell him that we wish him a happy birthday. Or you can just wait for the end of this stream and we'll probably raid him if he's on. So anyway, yeah, so this is going to be with 2 POWs to make the exit. And that's something we've already seen. So yeah, this is basically kind of an easy mode of the other level, and you can kind of see why it would have involved this change to SMB3 as well, because it actually does simplify the possible solution space in terms of what the player is allowed to do. Oh, time's up. Right as we blew everything up. That was actually rather exquisitely timed. Just as a result of talking too much today. Yeah, like I said, there's some levels that are easier to converse over than others, and usually giant navigational puzzles are not so good for that, but we have done this already in another form, so yeah, so this was the part I was talking about earlier that was significantly simplified. In the Super Mario World version, you only get 2 tiles to work with here, and the spacing up top has the note block in the center where there are some collision problems. And we also bugged out the muncher at one point. We actually bugged it out by deflecting it. Because I think what happened was that we spawned too many buzzies. Because it was a pipe spawn previously, and the pipe spawn was actually too frequent. And I think the spacing blew up the whole muncher mechanic for some reason. So, a couple of very noticeable fixes in this version. Welcome, Electro Dude. And let's see here. Oh yes, that's right. We need to drop the POW into the location where we walked the bones over. As we saw much earlier. That's just on the right side here. Yeah, I think this part of the layout was simplified as well. Actually, in fact, this POW here just gives you a hint. I don't think that hint was in the previous version, I think. I can see why this level comparatively blew up relative to the last version, because it's actually significantly easier from a sort of hand-holding perspective. It does mean by extension, I like the first version more, but again, I can see why the retuning happened and why a lot of players who are maybe less demanding about puzzles would prefer this one, or had an easier time with it instead. So, anyway, we don't have an up throw, so we need a second spring. Do we have it? It's on the top left. Yeah, so this is the accommodation once again for no longer having up throw. We stared at the Super Mario World version of this room quite a bit because I'd forgotten the whole spin jump interaction, as we saw yesterday or 2 days ago. Okay. And we'll keep sending it down. Whoops. That's okay. And yeah, Mr. All Games All Day, if you're interested in this kind of stuff as well, the YouTube channel that you should look up is... well, let's blow this up first. The YouTube channel you should look up is Will Anderson, who does a... So he's the guy who is the former champion who works for Scopely now, and he's been doing a YouTube series that's on like famous games and famous plays in Scrabble history. You know, like all-time records and major strategic moments and some other things that are highly memorable, and he explains it very well for people who are just complete casuals, basically. Like, that's probably the most accessible starting point nowadays for people who want to see what goes on the competitive side. Okay, so yeah, this is as far as we got earlier when we hit timeout. This perfectly timed timeout that was right before the goal. Here we are. And thank you for the GG. I mean, we'd technically done that level before, and I still took way too long on that because we used it as a conversation piece, but that's the easy mode of Tower of the Lich King. Yeah, like I said, I prefer the other one, but I can definitely see and acknowledge the changes that were made here and why they were done, for sure. Jets, tanks, and skewers. That seems like it's exactly what it says on the tin. But let's see it. Okay. And all that's going to drop. So yeah, not much time remaining in this game, and like I've been saying, for anybody who is not up to speed with it, I do have a pile of makers that I still want to get through, but we're going to be sort of winding down doing things profile by profile, and we'll be moving more towards, you know, levels that have been shared on Discord, or through suggestion lists that we found, like the big 100-level suggestion list from Japan that we unearthed about a week ago. As well as basically some levels from our viewers as well. If we just don't have time to cover entire profiles, we'll be doing a bit of a casual queue, probably not with the bot, but just on a bit of an ad hoc basis. And that's going to be likely, you know, the last week or so of programming here on this channel for Maker 1. So we'll probably be doing about another week's worth of Maker profiles, and then we'll be getting into pretty much just individual levels from that point. And so, if people do have piles and piles of suggested levels, for their own levels that they want to show me, do suggest them in advance on Discord if you can, and then we'll and be able to plan that a little better in terms of figuring out how much time we need and how to allocate things accordingly. So yeah, jets, tanks, and skewers, that's pretty much exactly what it says, and of course, not without these beautiful oscillating cloud patterns that are being smashed up like crazy. The auto-scroll, of course, does allow those patterns to spawn very reliably in such a fashion. Interesting here, too, to see the skewers drop these gates just by overlapping and then punching out the floor beneath the blasters. Oops. Yeah, we only have a few levels from Glackum left to go, assuming we don't go back to grind the one and only one that I sort of bailed on. Oops. So I completely expect we will be doing at least one more maker today. And the time that we have will determine who that is. So we'll see, because it's clear at this point that, you know, we won't get through everything I want, but I always thought that would be the case anyway. That we have tons of leftover content that we'll just have to wait until we have everything up and running with Pretendo Network or other such solutions. So yeah, actually, okay, no, I was thinking, do you just delay so you don't get hit by that skewer? No, I think you just go faster. And, oh, yeah, so you can do this safely if you just, again, apply a little bit of finesse here and not take so long. Of course, yeah, the skewers are going to punch out the clouds wherever they go. Whoops. Oh. And Lincoln Time, welcome. You got through 26 people yourself. Yeah, I hope it's been going well. I know we've been talking about how there's been very little overlap. As I was just saying a few minutes ago, by the way, a link in time, I know that you had sent me some codes as well, and what's going to happen is that since there are only about 2 weeks remaining in this game, I am going to sort of switch gears from doing profile by profile, and we'll be doing... if not quite viewer levels, then definitely sort of piles of Discord suggested levels and such. And so, if there are some by yourself that you would especially like me to see, some select levels that you really want to see streamed, or highly suggest, do let me know which those are. And I know you'd already sent me like a pile of codes at some point. And that includes levels by anybody I haven't covered as well, that, you know, if there are some favorites of yours that you really, really think I should see. What we'll be doing is, going into the last week, you know, I'll have a huge pile of individual level codes, and we'll try to get through a lot of those, as well as have a bit of a casual viewer hangout in there as well, somehow, so... Yeah, we'll see what's feasible. I mean, you know, often it depends on length as well. Like, 12 platforming levels isn't the same as 12 gigantic mega dungeons or anything. But... okay, yeah, going fast is, as it turns out, usually optimal. Yeah, there are a lot of makers I've been trying to see completely, but we will definitely not get through as much as I want, so... at this point, we do have to pick and choose a little bit. Yeah, yours are mostly traditional, so not too long. That's fine. Yeah, because likely what will happen is I'll just, you know, have the Discord and also just a pile of codes handy, and if people drop in and say hello, then we'll just dial in a couple of the levels, and so it'll effectively sort of work like viewer levels, just without so much of a queuing policy, just hanging out with whoever's here and seeing what we can. Yeah, we shouldn't stall there. We should actually go fast. And drop the thwomp immediately, if we can. And the plays here have been going well. I haven't been able to stream nearly as much as I would like. Just due to a lot of outside complications. Because I really wanted to just pack in every day with Mario Maker. Unfortunately, that has not been practical. Whoops. But we've been getting through the levels for sure, and I've been seeing some genuinely amazing things. Including some that have been relatively underplayed. You know, just great levels that people don't seem to know about. Which was very much the point of doing things this way, because, you know, pretty soon we'll be switching to levels that people do know about in large part. But we've been unearthing a lot of lesser-known hits by makers who have been known for other things. Whoops. You know, so for example, there are some makers that we've covered that are reasonably popular, like Document or David Pinkston and people like those, and you know, their profiles themselves were reasonably popular and well known, but they had a lot of great levels in there that actually didn't have very many plays. I have been meaning to put together some kind of list as I also get into the stages of filling out my correspondent with things I want to keep. But yeah, we've seen some really good stuff along the way. And okay, there we go. Pretty satisfying to get the tail whip there. And yeah, there have been a lot of lesser-known makers as well that we've tried to dial in here and there, and also some other people who, you know, I might know them in Maker 2, but never saw them in Maker 1. Whoops. Yeah, we need to stop falling off some of these diagonals. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, we actually need to cling onto the second vine. That's the hindrance here. Yeah, the technical capability and the data dump exists to continue and revive Maker 1. I do wonder how much interest there will be in actually playing it. I mean, it's important for that to be preserved regardless. But you could definitely see just how much in recent years, basically up until the shutdown was announced, Maker 1 just kind of disappeared off the map when it was Maker 2 era. And basically anybody who fell off of Maker 2, they weren't going back to Maker 1, they were going to ROM hacks, right? So it's one of those things where, you know, it's nice to have it available and vital to have available, but realistically I kind of wonder how many people will ever get around to playing this stuff, especially with the sort of access requirement, however minor, of getting set up with Pretendo in the first place, which, you know, I know it's going to be fairly simple, but it often doesn't look that way to people who might be less familiar with emulation or homebrew. But it'll be nice, because then at least I, you know, don't feel the time pressure to, I don't know, download 100 barb levels I'll never finish or something. when I can run them some other day if I eventually get to it. This is a great junior fight. Look at how he's constrained on these various platforms, and of course with the winged form, you know, he can have the mobility to actually get around the fight. Like, this is a great Bowser fight. Very, very unique, just given the kind of platforms that he's on throughout that. And we're docked. Yeah, you're saying you played Maker 1 after Maker 2 came out until level uploading ended in March 21. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I know that some people were still playing it, and we've seen from some upload dates that some people were still involved in things like Kaizo community events and such, with a lot of Maker 1 mechanics not surviving to Maker 2. We've seen a good number of upload dates that get into this sort of 2019 to 2021 era, although usually not very many. But by and large, definitely it didn't really have any kind of streaming presence outside of, you know, usually a 24-hour bot running Lucky Draw. Sidespring Schism, a world record by Gilmore. Yeah, Gilmore actually recommended this level to me, and he must have, you know, kind of worked on it and been very satisfied with it to push the record on it at some point. I didn't realize he had a world record on it. But I remember him mentioning this one as being one where if I only have time for a bit of Glackum, I need to see this one, so... And yeah, you recorded your own levels last September, and Nintendo announced a shutdown in October, yes. Yeah, I went back to Maker 1 for 123YMM and also a couple of puzzles. And a small handful of viewer levels back in 2022. Because that was kind of on my checklist for a long time. But other than that, I think it was just a lot of sporadic activity like that. And other than that, Maker 1 was dead for a while. Oddly enough, with the kind of revival of attention on Maker 1 within the past month or so, I've definitely seen that the viewer numbers for Maker 2 have actually kind of cratered, depending on when in the day you are, because definitely Maker 1 kind of cannibalizes that audience, right? For obvious reasons. Anyway, here's Sidespring Schism. I barely uploaded anything in this game. I was not any kind of notable maker in Maker 1. Because, as I said, I was one of those people who did a handful of uploads in September, October 2015, and then just kind of fell off of the game mostly after that. And I only got back into it as a player in a very serious way a few years later, so... So I had very few uploads, I think, like... and only about 100 stars or so. I didn't even really unlock all of the upload slots. Anyway, Mario's gonna take a dive. But yeah, I got back into Maker 1 in a very, very big way. As I've said before, just about a month before Maker 2 was announced. And so... And even then, you know, I wasn't quite at the point of discovering a lot of the really good people in this game yet. Rather, I would have had time to play some individual singles by them, but not really go through profiles the way I'm doing now, and so... And of course, it's a factor that at this point I've played enough Maker 2 to understand just how much isn't possible anymore. And what a huge change there was between games, which I think is sometimes lost on people who haven't explored both of them very thoroughly. We need to stop bumping our heads over here. Yeah, and we kind of need to make our way down without getting bumped everywhere. But... okay. Whoops. Actually making it up to that platform would be a good start. Oh. And of course due to the hitbox changes. The aesthetic element here of making it look as though the spike tops are walking around the mushroom doesn't work anymore, because in Maker 2 you just step on a mushroom platform and you're okay. Yeah, we keep bumping that corner. I'm trying not to, but we need much better spin jump control. Yeah. So I'll read your whole message in just a bit. I used to write, like, block text messages like that in Twitch all the time until I became a streamer, and then I realized, wow, it actually is hard to read live. And because I'm also somebody who, you know, really wants to make a point in full sentences. You were active from September 2015 to January 2016. You got back in May 2016. Sporadically active after that. And then, yeah, sort of interesting that you were staying active with Maker 1 in the COVID era, because at that point it was still sort of peak activity for Maker 2, particularly after the 3.0 patch. Yeah, Splatoon still vestigially feels very much like it was a game that was still fundamentally meant for a gamepad play. I mean, at this point, you know, we're a long ways removed from that. But in Splatoon 2 and 3, the kind of map reading element of the game, I find, is still noticeably much more awkward than it used to be. I find that my map awareness in general is actually kind of poor in both Splatoon 2 and 3, because having to overlay and using the overlay for squid jumping, etc. is just not as natural or intuitive as multitasking with the gamepad display instead, which was one of the things that Splatoon wanted to prove in the first place. And yeah, there's some weapon classes, like Roller especially, that I still find much more comfortable with the chunkiness of the gamepad than with the Joy-Cons, even though I do love the Joy-Cons for all of the projectile-based weapons. But yeah, I played substantially less Roller in 2 and 3, pretty much because of the controller change. Electra Dude, 1 feels the best for you, but there's actually a good reason for that. Okay, so now we finally made it here. And then, yeah, we just need to be, spin jumping off that, up to the thwomp after that. So, finally made that staircase. Yeah, I still need to at least dip into this weekend's Splatfest a bit. I won't have time to play very much of it, but I do want to see some of the plaza and music changes. Yeah, so I've barely ever played Endless in this game, and or not Endless, but 100 Man in this game, and I realized, as I was kind of making plans for what to do with winding down with Maker 1 in the last few weeks, I realized there's actually no way I'm going to get the full costume set. It's just not going to happen, and I just accepted that early. But I've never really liked the in-game discovery formats. Ah yes, you're supposed to drop off the spring as it goes down a wall. I see now. That's our first sign of that, but I was wondering when something like that mechanic would kick in. We just ride it down as it unstacks. Obviously quite a lot here that does not work at all in Maker 2 because of stacking changes. And momentum changes when it comes to objects on enemies. So yeah, I think the whole central mechanic here actually just does not work in Maker 2. And that includes the way that the unstack is going to be done imminently in this next segment over here. Yeah, I love pipe stacking. There's just so much trickery we'll see with it. I think they just never managed to make it work with multiple pipe speeds and colors in a way that felt elegant. Oh yeah, so I'm trying to jump off at that point. I knew I was supposed to do it, we just missed it. Your most recent level is based entirely around this mechanic not working in Maker 2. Yeah, that's interesting. I must have played that though, right? So I'm trying to think about what level that would be. Electro Dude. I must have played it. Yeah, earlier today I actually stepped into Gratofi's stream. Gratofi, I actually only just realized, has a Twitch channel that's been going on for ages, and he was someone who was very active in the Maker 1 community with things like Reddit Level of the Week and YMM as well. And he was showing off a stage that was really just a Mystery Mushroom demo stage where you just get to pop all of the costumes and try them. And I'll probably just grab that locally as well, and then we can sort of enjoy the animations locally and play with them. It was in one of the Glackum levels yesterday that we saw a particularly clever use of a Mystery Mushroom sprite, which was with the old Jumpman-style Mario costume, which, when you press up, has the same kind of expression as when SMM1 Mario dies. So, if, for example, you die while attempting to enter a door using that costume, it kind of looks like it's the same sprite that transitions from one game style to another. It's a very cool effect. And I think very clearly deliberate. It was just one of the most memorable things we've seen with, using specific animation frames of the Mystery Mushroom so far in the levels that we played. So, yeah, Electro, the 69 MMC. That's what I was thinking. I know I played that level, so. In fact, I think there's only one level of yours I haven't played in Maker 2, which is the one that you told me is an even harder Kaizo than the ones that I tried. Which I think was one of the Super Mario World Underground ones, but I might misremember. I still have to beat that Fire Flower one at some point. But we'll have time for Maker 2 later. Yeah, glad you could pop in Link in time. Enjoy your remaining time in this game with everybody you might be playing. Okay, down here. And then, oh, missed it. Yeah, I was trying to land there a little bit faster. Well, we're beating some things with clear rates lower than 0.15 or 0.18 here in Maker 1, but Maker 1 is quite a different story in some ways. And like I said, sometimes, you can never really tell everything from clear rates when it comes to Kaizo in particular, because you don't know how many people just kind of gave up after the first attempt and said, I can't do this. Skip, skip, skip. Where clear rates are sometimes deflated if a lot of people try to beat something that they normally can't. I mean, I'm not unhappy to work on a hard level, let's just be clear about that. just a matter of figuring out what the roadblock is and whether I have the technique for it. So the thing about returning to Maker 1 and seeing some older levels as well is that, you know, I'm sort of able to tell myself, wow, I actually am a much better player than I used to be. Some things are still very sloppy, obviously, even just very basic jumps from time to time, but you know, there's a lot more that's familiar now, so. Well, yeah, Netcat, I'm always referring to you, right? In some respect. Whoa. Anyway, here's a cloud ride. That's lovely. I mean, Mario's position is pretty much totally constrained at that point, as is the camera position due to the auto-scroll, and so that's a very reliable cloud position. And of course, that's the same cloud idea that we saw earlier on as the centerpiece of the Zelda level, in terms of giving you the ride on the spring. But having it be this a very specific platforming element that comes in and then just kind of carts you over, that's a very neat moment. Okay. Yeah, because, you know, it's like this level sort of warns you about spring stacks everywhere, and then it lets you interact with them after that. Then there we go. The coin trails are actually helpful. Oh, we should go up the pipe. Or to get smushed. Mushroom check. Oops. Slipping off the corner. Oh yeah, no, that... You just need to follow it down, I guess, and then tug the cloud over. Or, well, actually, there's going to be a landing point past that point. Before we interact with the cloud, perhaps. Okay. Oh yes, and then spin jump off this guy. I just read that a bit late. Very clear time constraint, too, for making the jump. And yeah, we just need to get on and back off very quickly there. So, now we ride it across like that. So is it a side spring schism because the ones that are in the clouds and the ones that are on the spike tops are engaged in some kind of, you know, sectarian warfare that's going to last bitterly for decades? Over some, you know, kind of obscure theological disagreement over whether the trampoline should ascend to the heavens or something. I mean, I know the real answer is just because, like, both words start with S. We need something alliterative for proper level title, apparently, but... But yeah, definitely we see that this level is, you know, sort of centrally about these two kinds of trampoline stacks, one on a cloud, one on the spike top, that is going to give you two separate movement patterns that will just occasionally intersect and create all kinds of colorful situations. So And indeed, that's what's going to happen here. POW. We need to hit the POWs, obviously, to unstack all the munchers on this train. That was just a bit slow getting there. Jumping a little too high on the successive spike tops, perhaps. Yeah, the coin indications are pretty good, as far as giving you a bit of a target pace there. Oops. We do need to jump from point to point for that one. I was sort of wondering about that because of the way that we could just slide down the steps for the red spike top spring staircase in the first segment before CP1. And with the low ceiling going on there, I wasn't quite sure. But we do need to jump from point to point there. Probably spin jump just to keep it nice and low, but whoops. And then, yeah, quite a lot going on here too in terms of making the one on cloud inaccessible in its original location until you really need to use it. Okay. I think we do need to run it down and just push forward there. I wasn't quite sure because it seemed like we'd just fallen off, but if we maintain momentum there, I think maybe we are just supposed to fall off. There's just no room to jump there. There's just no height that's available under that ceiling. And so... I think we definitely have to spill our way down. Alright, let's try it again. Okay, let's jump. And off we go. Yeah, we just go down the steps and oops. We can trap ourselves against the blaster briefly if we are holding right excessively, and that's kind of a nice little safety measure to have the blaster offset. Just kind of work perfectly to trap the player for a moment, but obviously we shouldn't be stuck there for too long. Oh, whoops, missed it. So yeah, definitely just stroll down the blue spike top staircase. Very satisfying when you do that too, just to bump your way down. There we go. Anyway. We'll get it soon enough. If we don't slip right off the corner every time, the way that we've been doing. Yeah, so I understand that right now the situation with trimming the herbs as well is that definitely the people who had been working on it have had to make some decisions about whether they want to stick with it, knowing that it was a hacked clear check. But also knowing that, you know, the other hacked clear check, Bombs 5, did receive some human clears. That the sort of human clear of trimming the herbs definitely looks like it's on the table. And I know the Beast, I think, said earlier today that he would not be working on it. And he actually did get, what, cleared number 2 on The Last Dance, which turned out to be the last legitimate one. Missing the first clear by about an hour while he was on break. I did see that Lil Curbs was still grinding it earlier today. But I think he'd been progressing steadily, so... Seems like, you know, first human clear of trimming is still very much a topic of interest. Okay, down and then... Yeah, at that point, we're a little too late on that. We do have to ride the blaster down on the offset, I think, to get in position for the next spike top, but we'll see when that happens. Whoops. Whether we jump off of it right away, or wait for it to be lowered. Because it does look like, once you get on the red blaster, that it's going to be spin onto another spike top immediately after that, from how I was reading that just now, so... And so, yeah, bounce. So, you know, combination of a couple of mechanics we've been seeing so far in terms of what we've had to do. And into the mouth here, into the gullet, and then... Where are we now? Yeah, visually that was kind of a nice exit sequence. The coins are very well placed, actually, considering that, whoops, there are a lot of little delay timings that the player needs to do from time to time. Yeah, we've had sound problems for some reason today. Let me fix that briefly. Hopefully that doesn't return. Let me just take care of that. Yeah, so audio's been pretty good to me lately, actually. We've had very few problems for many streams. Today it's been acting up again, and I'm not sure what it is. Because I did fix some of the issues that we've been having. We had one bad HDMI cable in here somewhere that took me forever to pin down and locate. We did get it eventually. Anyway, I hope it sounds alright now that the synchronization isn't too bad. Oh yes, that's right, Maker 1. We actually have to stay low here. But yeah, the coin placements here are actually consistently very good at letting you know when some waiting has to be done, which is, I think, something that is very difficult to communicate, generally. Because it's very easy to look at coins just as, you know, immediate targets that you go for while you're fast, but then in this level you do need to occasionally let things get into position. Oops. Bit of momentum control there. needs to improve. Whoops. And we'll just come off the edge a little better on the first jump. I think there's a bit of an expectation that you stall for a moment. Okay, there we go. That seems clean. Mostly. Missed one coin there at the sequence of the last three. No. Oh, yes, okay. I was wondering why that seemed to indicate a jump at that point, but then the other cloud came in and that explained it. Yeah, definitely a sort of more platforming-oriented version of ideas that were already in place in the Zelda dungeon that we saw earlier. Where there was clearly a lot of life left in this mechanic, and then it's just a matter of finding the design space for it in a more platform-oriented setting. Do we go immediately, or do we go back and forth first? I think going immediately is a bad idea, given that the second layer... Yeah, well, the coins tell me to go right, but the second layer also... If it's going left or right, it's going to run me into some spikes, so... We're supposed to stall on the lowest level so we can get the second level to go left or right. And then, yeah, we come up and come up. Then, through the stack, and down, and totally missed. Didn't build up much momentum coming off of that. We were just trying to jump from stationary. Well, not too bad, actually, for a first reading of much of that. And look at that. Clean sweep through the coins. Okay, whoops. Anyway, let's get back in here and... Yeah, I totally think this is a Cloud and Spike Top Holy War that's going on here. That makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, left, and then let's keep going. And we'll ride this out. Drop in. Yeah, everything's going to be pretty reliable here. And we're at the end of the layout, hence lack of scrolling at this point once everything's been loaded in. Let's get a bit of momentum onto this jump, and we're done. And then now what do we ride? We ride this guy. And yet, pop him as much as we can, and then drop in from there. And luckily not in a position where the springs will just bounce you all the way back. I guess if you go for the goal a little bit early, the idea is that you ram into the springs and Mario gets dunked into the pit. But look at that, we avoided it. And thank you for the GGs. Yeah, that was very much just a Maker 1 specific level to the core, and I think just a very powerful demonstration of what you could do with the old stacking logic. Yeah, lots of fun, that one. Team Not Pipe. The Piper's Pros. Okay. I guess we'll find out what that's all about. This was in July 2017. So yeah, a couple months into the Switch era. And whoops. And then, yeah, we need a bit better momentum coming out of that. That's alright. Looks like it's pretty standard. I mean, we've seen a lot of these staggered pipe stacking patterns all over the place, aesthetically, in Glackum's levels. Definitely a motif that he's visibly very fond of. It's led to a couple of levels that were just kind of entirely built from pipes, which were very visually striking. Okay, a bit of a timing check here that we'll have the usual problems with. Well, looking at the kind of issues that we're running into here, we actually could be here a while. This is exactly the kind of thing that we can struggle with. As we trip over every muncher hitbox. Wonder what Team Not Pipe was all about. Team Not Pipe, yeah. Something worth looking up, perhaps. Or we just have to ask somebody who was in the know. There's a lot of good backstory to a lot of the Maker 1 levels we've been seeing sometimes. And we don't always have the makers or players who were around at the time available to explain it. When it comes to the context in which something originally released and how it was received. Okay, there we go. Not dying too much to the drag there. Then... oh, total miss. Yeah, we have to go down towards it as it's looping back, obviously, so it doesn't sink us as the cloud goes through the wall. You know, Team Pipe was a Kaizo team. Okay, I see. Similar to Team Shell, what would it be? Just a lot of miserable up pipe entrances, or? And this is probably a parody of that, I see. Yeah, we haven't seen very many Maker Team tags in the course of the Maker 1 levels we've been seeing, but I think it was much more of an organized thing, particularly with the Maker Team's website in 2. Like, we have seen a lot of levels tagged with particular Kaizo projects, like Blind Kaizo Race, in its various forms. We have, of course, seen the same with traditional levels with things like Super Discord Brothers and so on. You think Kaizos with lots of pipes in them? Yeah, I mean, you know, we've already seen a lot of levels with pipes in them, Glackum, so that's understandable. Down we go, and then whoop, and back up. Jumped a little bit late there. Just didn't give ourselves enough height on that ceiling. That's okay, we'll push through. Yeah, that looked for a moment like it wouldn't go, but we squandered it anyway. We'll trip over that guy a little bit. Oh, let's back up. Luckily we can do a course correction for this one. We just need to find a better pocket of timing for entering that jump. Okay, let's let this come down. Okay, we made it. And now, what's going on with the boot? Oh, it's just giving me the wiggler, and we just bounced up the wiggler. And then, oh, no, we have to wait for it to bob up the third time first. I thought it was going to go immediately for some reason. I just wasn't really thinking about it. But yeah, we wait for the wiggle to come up, and then we can take as long as we want to read that timing. It's actually a level that's very relaxed when it comes to giving you rest stops, rather than just demanding lots of continuous movement. Yeah, up we go. That's okay, we'll try it again. Nope. Once again. Oh, thought we had course correction that time, and we clearly did not. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't try to cram out the rest of the levels at the end of yesterday's stream. I didn't quite know how much time it would take. And I sort of like that we've had a bit more of a relaxed sitting than we otherwise would. And I can really take my time on some of these. It didn't mean that I wound up spending a lot more time on Glackum's profile than I thought it would, but that just means I'm fortunate in deciding to get to it with time to spare. Having a few profiles that I got through faster than expected. No, hang on. Let's wait for this, and then there we go. Climb up here. And then wait for the second bob over here. Yeah. Does that take me to the checkpoint right away? It does. Then we'll fall down. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be some kind of continuous run. We just haven't seen how to do it yet. There's a particular entry timing where you just kind of hug the corner that's safe below the pipes. And then let the ceiling kind of dunk you into the next platform. So it's a matter of figuring out when to hold right and when not to, so you don't slip off like that. And of course, maybe just jumping towards the pipe to get the alignment That might be a bit safer here. And yeah, we don't quite want to do that. As long as we're in position to drop from platform to platform, we don't need to hug the wall necessarily. Although we do need better momentum going into that drop. There we go. Not too bad once you see it properly. Oh, that was actually the right idea. We just undercorrected for the little pullback and momentum at the end. Yeah, it's not too bad. You didn't mean to get caught in the top corner there, obviously. And yeah, we do want to just kind of slip off the platform as we go, I think, and use both the way that we did on the nearly successful attempt. Okay, that's good. Dangerous, but good. Yeah, I didn't expect the platform drop there. That would have been useful to calculate around. I guess that just gives you a moment of time pressure. It's not really a useful platform. Just one that forces you to go right away off the munchers. Whoops. Yeah, we do kind of want to slip like that. We just want a much better jump out of it. Okay, got the hang of this somewhat. And we'll wait. No, I was thinking I might want to leave slightly later, but no, you do want to go to the blue platform right away. The stationary one. It's a bit of a stalling element as you wait for the platform on tracks to make it a little further. Yeah, we do want to retain momentum by just falling from one platform into the other if we have the right entry timing. Nope, let's wait. And then, yeah, stall there until we are safe. And yeah, we do need to lead that immediately, but then get a nice full jump, I think, so we can drop safely onto the platform that is sinking below. Yeah, once again, we really do need continuous momentum there, because cutting it even slightly does pull you too far back to make that jump feasible. Good way of controlling that with this kind of ceiling spike arrangement. There we go. And we'll just take this point to point. And then that's almost at the X. Actually pretty quick for something sub 1%. I'm surprised at the rate for this one. But like I said, especially with Maker 1, you can never tell, depending on who a Maker's given audience is. Whoops. Yeah, in Maker 2, when I look at my early levels from 2019, I've definitely noticed the clear rates go up, and in some cases significantly up by percentage points. As the remaining player base has, I think, narrowed and shaken off a lot of the more casual players in day one, back when people were still learning the mechanics. I think it's very rarely the case in my experience that something winds up with a higher clear rate than what you were targeting. I don't think it's very frequent that makers will overestimate difficulty, unless you're missing something that's a very obvious cheese. Okay, let's get around this way. Okay, there we go. That's the axe. There we go. Oh, pipe at the end. No, that's not reachable. And as we know from experience with a lot of these levels, the ending pipes are usually just aesthetic. Team not pipe, so to speak. You can just construct an entire level out of knot pipes, perhaps, the way that you can do so with NOR gates. Soaring the Skyscrapers 4. Looking forward to this one because, yeah, this is getting into late 2017, and you can see that the plays have been plummeting on these from people drifting off of Maker 1 in the Switch era. But Soaring the Skyscrapers, as we've been saying, of the numbered series, I think is actually my favorite so far. Usually there's a choice between bosses, which lends itself to replayability, and then there have been a couple of different, you know, Goomba piloted mech contraptions that have been a lot of fun to look at. So, as we can see here from the thumbnail, that's perhaps one of the bosses to expect. So, we'll see if there's some kind of branching boss selection in this one as well. But either way, I do expect good things. So, let's soar to Skyscrapers one last time. Okay. So, do you get Kirby, Meta Knight, DDD, and Ice Climbers? Okay. Yeah, I was kind of wondering, because I mean, you don't have Bandana D or anything, but Ice Climbers were actually the alternative to DDD in one of the earlier levels of the series. And Shy Guy is consistently a secret costume. Never mind why, that's just part of the lore, I guess. Whoops. Anyway, this guy's going to try to snipe you as much as possible, and then you just don't let him. Interesting that the hammer is kind of constrained from changing platforms. Okay, let's keep going. And then, yeah, this is a climbing segment where we did need to watch our heads a little bit. Nearly made it out unscathed, but not quite. Oh, wasn't expecting that. go DDD this time. It's a fun, chunky sprite. It'll make us feel like we're getting away with stuff when we don't get hit by projectiles, I was about to say, but then we got hit by projectiles, so never mind that. So much for DDD. Yeah, a little bit of guesswork in some of this, but you can make it through blindly if you want. So is this just going to fire us on a cycle? It is. Whoops. Means we do need to, you know, jump aggressively up one of those vines. But we don't have hammers facing that way. But, whoops. Alright, fine, I guess we'll need Nana and Popo instead. And yeah, Electrodude, it's alright if the GGs are a bit late. It's not like we have late return fees or something for them. Or pipe had to be off-center here. Whoops. Oh, no. Faced the wrong way there. Okay. And then we just go immediately. And immediately. Oh. That was dangerous. But we'll just let it fire at me a little bit first, and then try to get a jump here. We need more headroom for it. No, we're fine. Anyway, yeah, this boss we remember from one of the other levels too. It's kind of like a bit of a boss rush from the previous levels, in fact. The Mecha Goomba here. And I think the Mecha Goomba in its original form in one of the earlier Soaring to Skyscrapers levels, Soaring to Skyscraper rather, was actually one that predated Mecha Bowzilla as far as big boot-wearing bosses go. Because I think that was a 2015 level or something, I want to say. Much earlier in the list that we've been covering. Anyway, let's go up. DDD will not be chumped today. Oh, no. Yes, occasionally you just kind of need to jump. And maybe even ride one of them just to avoid issues. Okay. Up we go. Oh, no. Yeah, a little bit tricky to do this a bit blindly. I think maybe you're supposed to take it slowly, in fact. No. Second guess myself there when it came to the timing. Let's switch to Meta Knight. And up we go. I still need to play through the Return to Dreamland remake, or remaster at some point. I dipped into it briefly, but we didn't really put in the time. And I doubt I'd have time to stream it, even though I know it's probably a short game if 2D Kirby is typically any indication. But it was one of those that just kind of fell out of the schedule because, you know, it's ordinarily the kind of thing we would stream, but then if you just tell yourself, okay, I have to hold it until we are streaming it, then you just often wind up never playing it, and then sometimes you just need to look at something and say, you know, I want to get this played. We're not going to wait for a streaming opportunity to do it. Yeah, really glad we got Forgotten Land done on his channel back when we did, of course. Yeah, we're supposed to jump on projectiles and not get hit by hammers. Which does not mean we've been doing that particularly well. Anyway, let's climb it. Hey, actually made it through here with no damage for a change. Which means we can totally unintentionally damage boost through that. And get sniped anyway. No. Not our proudest moment. Yeah, just need to react quickly sometimes and get out of the way. I actually played a fair bit of Meta Knight casually back in Brawl, having no idea of the competitive reputation of Meta Knight is totally broken. I just like the character among the new additions to the cast. Although, as with every game since, Brawl, I think the closest thing I really had to any kind of main was probably Toon Link. It was also the case in 4 and Ultimate, although I've fallen off Ultimate for quite a few years now. Which actually reminds me that Smash Ultimate, I think, is receiving, or has received, its final round of spirits in conjunction with Princess Peach Showtime. But we're quite behind on content when it comes to that game, so... Come on. Let's go. No. There we go. Yeah, just need to start lower. Yeah, we do want to get on a projectile at some point. Let's just give ourselves some room. And then, yeah, we do want to get up on top of the cannons. There we go. Much better. Very satisfying to do that, in fact. Oh. Okay, just a costume refresh. That's gotta be Meta Knight again, actually. But... yeah, this is just a timing element. And... yeah, those hard blocks look like they're going to be smashed up by something eventually when we go through the appropriate door. And we'll just wrap around the outside here. On the right side of the tower. Whoops. Whoops. Or not. Well, if I'm correct, this should be Kirby, actually. So who knows about the order in the character selection. Yeah. Here we go, and up the right side. eventually. So yeah, these note blocks tell me we're going to be setting a shell up here and projecting it through there. And while those are shells, let's see what's going to go on here. Need to open this up at the bottom first. And yeah, it is kind of like a boss rush in some ways, where we do see a lot of returning enemies from earlier in the series. I think I'm definitely going to download the skyscraper levels as a 4-level pack to return to, because these have been great fun. Just wonderfully put together. Oops. Anyway, let's look at DDD's hitbox in a very sloppy fashion. Sneak through here. And let the shop do its business. Then, yeah, it'll eventually be some kind of long passage where you send a shell through, I'm sure. Who's here? Oops. Knock knock. At a night. Okay. Let's do this again. Now, oh, snuck over there, just barely. Yeah, eventually there'll be some kind of shell passage. We'll see. Would go until then. Oops, got sniped. Oh yes, okay. The coins were trying to encourage me to go to the next tower. Well, we see ice, let's climb it. Okay, let's wrap around. Oh, no. Okay, let's wrap around a little bit. Well, we can. We did have a good pattern for these guys earlier that we totally lost track of. Nope, got sniped. That's okay. We know roughly what we're doing. No we don't. Yeah, I do want to lead the chomp over to one side and then have a full column that's available for ascending past that point. Oops, no. Never send a pair of ice climbers to do a Meta Knight's work, apparently. I really do wish that ice climbers would have some kind of modern revival, actually. I've been probably saying this for a decade now. Okay, let's get over here. And yeah, we'll have to eventually send that down, or send another one down, perhaps. Yeah, just a little timing element here, and then what happens here? Can't go over here. Oh, we just traverse the tops of the buildings, I guess. It's climbing the skyscraper. We really do climb the whole skyscraper. Then, oh. Yeah, no, we're supposed to fall into that and open up both of these gates. Now, will we respawn that P-switch? Let's take a look. Because that came from the... Yes, it came from the blaster, so... Answer is yes. And we'll open this up. But then we don't have an initial shell kick yet, do we? Oh, here's something to fall into on that side. Okay. There's a key. Yeah, we'll eventually be making our way in there, I suppose. And then, oh, here's the Guardian. Oh. Yeah, it really is a boss rush level. In some ways. Because we had seen a couple of these designs before. And then, yeah, we kind of gradually unstack until we can come down here and get the other pals from below. Oh. Yeah, we detonate the bombs, we go underneath, we hit the pals. This is the same as one of the earlier bosses. I'm amazed that so much could be crammed into one level, but... I mean, I guess that's why the other levels in this series also had alternate bosses all over the place, wasn't it? Oh, I'm probably thinking of the Tower of Extension as the one with multiple bosses. Yeah, these ones didn't. These ones did previously have the bosses that we do see in this level, though, where we do get to face a few of them at once. So, definitely a lot of repeated designs that were brought back here, and they all fit into the overall progression very naturally. Come on. While hammers are raining down on your head. Okay, let's go through here. Nope, sniped. Yeah, so eventually we'll probably get that room with the key and the shell. And then send a shell all the way back. Across all of the heart blocks that we see. And I'm sure it will be magnificent. We'll just connect the whole level. Okay, up we go. Okay. And then whoops, I was about to say we'll do the whole interaction here with the P-switch, but we have to get there first. And so we shall. Okay. Alright, let's get up over here. And shop goes the other way, and then we'll know exactly where to drop down this time. It's actually a slight difference in the coin collection that we noticed, and yeah, nothing up here. Well, for some reason I thought there was a floor there. Obviously not. We're way up in the tops of the skyscrapers. Or I suppose we're crossing over all of the other skyscrapers that have been introduced thus far. Reversing the rooftops and proceeding point to point. Okay, now let's get out of here safely. Oh, well, that was a bit of a spread that was unexpected there on the chumps. We had a very regular targeting pattern with them up to that point, but it was not to last. Okay, let's wrap around one more time. Then here, yeah, it's basically like the Cerberus chain chomp, the Cerberus chomp. I hadn't noticed that about it in previous iterations so much, but I mean, it's a skyscraper. I guess it's more of a guardian of the overworld. And then, oh yeah, had a bit of hesitation there when it came to the paths, but no, we do need to open up the coins. And we know that from experience. Okay, up we go. Nope, sniped every time. Almost. Yeah, let's lead it back over and just get out. Living a bit dangerously here. Oh, let's wait. And then back down. Yeah, I guess it's kind of nice that we don't collect all the coins consistently because we have a nice visible landing point. Then, yeah, over here we'll just enter the door. And then we stack each of those pows. We can get a power up, obviously that's preferred. We just open things up gate by gate. There's all of these thwomps that are going to come out. As part of this is becoming stacked. Nope. Got into a bit of an awkward position there. Oh, here we go. Now, what do we do? Let's... oh, I'm trapped. I mean, if you have a mystery mushroom, you can just bust through the bricks and exit on that side, so there's a bit of an incentive to be in a powered up point, in a powered up form at that point anyway. Let's keep jumping. Not so much. Okay. Whoops. Not quite. Yeah, I mean, you don't want bad landing there, and you just have all kinds of trouble getting back out. Okay, there we go. And we'll just let this one do its job over here on the right side so we can climb on the left, ideally. Okay, and now we shouldn't choke too much from here. Sure, we'll wait. Just let it go back and forth for a bit. And yeah, we'll just run it and go. And, King DDD engaging in a bit of stealth. That's a little bit unusual for him. We'll just try to retain power-ups as much as we can, so we can get a red bullet. Good. Let's not get too trapped here by everything that's going on with the bombardment. Oh, close call. We'll head down, and yeah, we actually do want a bit of a safety net here. Let's grab a mystery mushroom, presumably. Both POWs. And that allows me to bust through here easily, so we don't get trapped there so much. Whoops, speaking of which. Oh. Alright, we need to find a better location for this. Wrap around once more. That tornado spin could come in very handy right now. Oops. Punched in the face? Wow, okay, that was close. We made it. Barely. Which means no margin of error on the chomp over here. We're on the drop over here. Well, up we go. And then we'll wait for the bullet once more. And drop the bomb immediately if we can. Oh, yeah, we're small, okay. It's a bit of a problem. Oh, look at that clown car. Okay, that'll be helpful. Because then we bust down the remaining POWs. And Meta Knight's going to get out of here with the key in tow, and then this is where we start kicking, so let's watch the whole interaction here. Oh, oops, okay. And then, which key door are we moving towards here? Well, let's first of all, the costume. Look at Kirby's skidding animation, incidentally. So much to all of the sprite animations that we typically don't notice. And then, that gives me this key door over here. Too bad we couldn't keep the shell on camera, but the destruction was there. No, close enough. And checkpoint. They like the little climb. That's just there to be a climb. How often do you see that nowadays? In Maker 2, where I think unless it's explicitly sort of a story-only level, you don't really see this use of space anymore. You just create tension that you would do in a real video game approaching a boss. Okay, yeah, we hit each of the POWs. He's gonna crowd me out here pretty quickly. Let's wrap around. Oh. Clearly supposed to hit the POWs. Oh. Getting too close there. Drag him down a bit. Okay. And yeah, we're going to disarm him steadily. Unfortunately, lots of these Loopers are going to obstruct us on the way. Oh, that's too bad. That's okay. We're at a checkpoint. What we got? Meta Knight. Missing every single shot, naturally. Going. Then we'll pull him over. Nope, drag it down. That's the only one remaining. What happens with the unstack at this point? Haven't really thought too much about it. Let's switch to someone else, maybe. Well, let's try DDD. We'll change things around. Give somebody to clear. Yeah, we do need to anticipate some of this. Music's a really good fit for this one too. Good old arcade flavor. Okay, so now what happens? Oh, another power up there. Okay, we'll have to drag him down. Down, down, down. Yeah. Little pow tips. There. But what are the pows actually demolishing here? Oh, I see. Okay, now it gives you a massive pow bounce there. I don't know how one gets into the reset door. Ah, this is the key, actually. For all that and sticking. And that's a super. I think it is just one boss this time, given how this was a boss rush extravaganza up to that point. And thank you for the GG. That took a little bit of time, but very satisfying to put it together. I mean, it's very clear when you look at it that it's going to be shelling the whole level apart, but very fitting conclusion too. Again, a very highly recommended level series within this profile. And now, Electro Dude, you're saying tough cookie? Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Here's Kid in G1's Alley Adventure. I don't know Kid in G1 myself, but apparently it's somebody who wants to traverse the alley. This is pretty late in 2017. And let's see what it is. Yeah, I did see that there's some kind of speedrun version too, so potentially if there are speedrun routes that we should think about, we should pay attention to that and understand the possibilities. They look like they are the same layout, probably just with a different time limit attached to it. So, we'll see. Particularly because it was pretty satisfying to find some optional speed routes previously that people clearly had not found, so in one of the other levels much earlier. But let's see the Kitten in SMM1. It'll be some kind of costume. Probably Cat Mario, but we'll see. And yeah, Cat Mario. What if we get Cat Peach as an alternative? I can already see how that's somewhere that you don't want to stall if you're playing for speed. Yeah, we'll practice going fast as we go, so we have some preparation for the timings in the eventual speedrun version. Okay. Here's checkpoint 1. Yes, jump towards the key and enter. Obviously, the checkpoint will not be a factor in the time attack version either. If it's just a version of this level that has a whoops timer attached to it. What's this one? Oh, it's just showing you where it is. Hang on. I guess we're supposed to wait, but I don't know about that because this is going to be a speed level pretty soon. Yeah, I don't quite know what's going on with that. Yeah, you're supposed to land on that platform and then jump back up to the springs and follow that over to the dry bones. So we're really just playing the tutorial version. Well, we can at least figure out what to do. Up we go. Oh. Slightly better alignment would have fixed that. There we go. Yeah, and then you kind of need to ram into that. Go right, jump left. Consistency is going to be important here just because of all these launcher timings. No, hang on. If you hesitate even slightly on those, that becomes a timing that you need to read manually. Otherwise you just get pinched every time. But we will want to find a fast timing for these jumps here. Okay, lost a bit of time there, but or so it seems. No, just a little late. That's okay, still salvageable. Mostly, I mean, we need to wait for that one too. Yeah, if you fall off a good pattern, then a couple of the synchronizations become an issue. Nope, wrong way. Work on the facing direction. And we just missed. Yeah, we do need to hit that, but a bit more cautiously. There we go. Nice and clean. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we just need to go faster after activating the platform. Maybe it's possible to just directly wrap down to the dry bones, so if you know where you're going. Can't imagine that there's that much stalling permitted in the speed version. Oh, missed. Okay, we'll continue. Whoa. No, we won't. Okay. What does this teach you about letting your cats play on skyscrapers? Might not really wind up at the end with the same cat. Apparently. Okay. These ones forward. Got it. Yes, no way you missed the opportunity here. Alright, we'll avoid the crush. I don't know what this is. One up, okay. Oops. Teaches you that it'll be a catastrophe, that's right. No. Yeah, this is like the Goomba's parking its armored vehicle next to its house. Something like that. Next to the skyscraper. Now if we miss this... I guess I was just there to attempt to snipe you. Let's go back out. And some of this will need to hang left. Okay. Yeah, we need a very precise use of jumps, and that's actually going to be a huge roadblock for the speedrun. I can tell. You can't really reset this thing here. Pull back slightly for each of these. Yeah. I can tell that's going to be the run killer for the real version. Or you could just go up the vine at the end, actually. No, you don't need to bother with that. That's just for the bonus. So, if the layout really is the same and you're not required to take the top path, then no need to take the top path. It might be faster, though. Instead of doing the vine climb down below. So, we'll see how relaxed it is when we get there. Notice that the world record on this version is 55 seconds. We'll see how that compares to the speed version, now that we have done one of these. Yeah, look at this, only 6 clears on it, but very few plays, so maybe not altogether surprising. It'll just be statistical noise at that point. And yeah, these were uploaded pretty much as a pair, if you look at this. Less than an hour apart. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. Let's see this level again. Let's do hard mode. Yeah, the first half, we remember this. Yeah, we messed this up already. 50-second timer. But that's interesting that this has a 50-second timer, but the best record on the previous version was 55 seconds, I guess. Everybody who took speed seriously just played this one instead. Late 2017 too, yeah. When the Switch was very much in the wild. Yeah, so we do kind of need to watch that timing, perhaps. Okay, we don't care, we just want to go. Then... yeah, losing tons of time all over the place here, but we'll learn it. Yep, going immediately, that's good. That's okay, taking the hit there isn't totally deadly. Through the door at 30 seconds, that's our par so far. This does look a little different, actually. I don't remember this room. So maybe the subworld has changed. Yeah, because I don't remember struggling through this bit. Oh yeah, we did, no. Yeah, we did. But yeah, we were going to run into time trouble there. 30 seconds past the first area, though. We'll see how much tighter we can get that. There's lots of room for improvement, obviously. And, yeah, what? The level is evolving. Oh, it could be worse. It could be that 3-lap piranha plant level that was well, now officially the second last one to go down in the game. Yeah, we just eventually need to find a very natural timing for all that. Oh good, didn't take damage. Took damage. That's okay. If we take damage, then we'll just run through this and shave a second or two. Probably not advisable, though. Oh, whoops. We have so much trouble with vines for some reason. Nope, just missed a vine climb. Yeah, boosting a little bit on the ground before you jump, instead of jumping right away, actually does help. Wrong way. Oops. Electro Dude, you got a side note? Oops. We're so back. It's a really good song. Is that... Are you talking about one of the Splatoon tracks? Or is this actually a song I'm supposed to know? Because I know that we were talking earlier about... Yeah, second day of the Splatfest in the square, okay. Oh, I didn't even hear the first day track then. That's okay, that's what YouTube is for. I forgot that they change it between days, because usually with Splatfest I never make it to 2 separate days. Took a bit of damage there, but we did actually gain time off of it. We were still back into 30 seconds here. Oh wow, this element here is going to be a problem for a while, I can tell. Getting into that slot here, we need a lot more practice on this. That can't even make it like over the course of 30 seconds. I don't remember having this much trouble previously. I think it did change. That's okay, now we know what the obstacle is, and we can try to refine the early part while we're at it. But yeah, you have to get everything on the first try. Oops. It is going to be harder than it looks. You need to drop a little bit lower in the vine, perhaps? Oh, whoops. Yeah, we shouldn't take damage there, but that's okay. We'll deal with it. Quality Humor, welcome. We're doing the speedrun version of this level with the 50-second limit. We just did the standard version, which was pretty relaxed. The speedrun version, however, has this little bit here, which you have barely been able to do successfully. Oh. Right, and then that's where you obtain the key. Yeah, that extra block with the muncher, that's new. That's definitely new. No wonder this is, in a subtle way, harder. Okay. Nope. Have to go lower. But yeah, we've been doing well. We're right near the end of the set. This is the second last level. Oh. And maybe we'll have time for a short maker set afterwards, but It'll depend on how long we spend grinding on this one. Okay, up we go. Up. Yeah, have to jump nice and low. Okay, we take damage, then we just go immediately. 33 seconds on this is a slight improvement. Of course, that all depends on whether we can make this jump here. Oh, we got it. And we got bumped at the end, okay. Well, we'll see how much flexibility we have by the time we get to the end. But yeah, that's easily the jump that I'm most concerned about at the moment. And we'll see if there are other changes like that. In particular, I kind of wonder if the ending will have both options or just the top one. I mean, uploaded the same day as the slow version, you'd have to think the clear rate is this much lower for a reason. 32 on the clock. 33 is our best so far. Kind of feel like we do want to go for first cycle there, but we'll see. You like the Goomba Muncher lock? Yeah. One seconds, that's without taking the damage boost though. Yeah, this is really neat. Not that it's going to matter too much here, where we're under speed constraints. But it's a nice touch. As an enemy that will just unstack itself. That way. One on the clock. Nope. Oh yeah, this is going to be a problem now. Well, we'll try to at least get out of this room, which we haven't been able to do yet. That's still at less than a halfway point. No. Yeah, we can not quite make it. I was thinking, you know, maybe we can cut one jump there. And we can, we just need better momentum control to do it and not miss the next jump. Yeah, we do need that initial momentum to gain enough height. Oh, whoops, got caught there. .32 on the clock, so slight improvement. Nope. Yeah, we're not too tight on the clock at the end. We should really take our time with this segment here. Yeah, that extra muncher block, and I think it is extra, is kind of rough. I don't recall it being in the last version. Going up or down. Anyway, let's this. Yeah, it's meant to be reachable on the first cycle. We just can't get enough momentum off this. Oh. Okay, and then you need to swing right. I remember we didn't need to swing right like that previously, so I'm not sure it was definitely a new element here. 8 seconds, we're not going to make it at this point, but that's because we burned so much time. Okay. Yeah, just skipping that Goomba entirely and jumping seems beneficial here. Whoops. You're basically entitled to 1 damage boost at some point. Whoops. Well, we'll see. I mean, we've gotten a little further now, even if it's not going to make the timing. Yeah, that can definitely be improved by just half a second or so. 33 on the clock. Oops. Yeah, the less time we spend on that vine, the better. Whoops. Yeah, we can hit 33 pretty well. We just need to not die immediately upon entering the next room. Right held down. Nope. Okay, now we go. Nope. Not so much. There's going to be some slipperiness that happens from time to time. No doubt. Okay. Down. We get hit by that a lot, but 34 on the clock, that's actually best. How is not having buffer jumps? Not 100% certain I know what you mean exactly. I think I know what you're talking about, but... Remind me what you mean by buffer jumps. I probably know, but sometimes there's some disparity in terminology. I have been slipping off a lot of edges in this game. And it's not just me. I thought it was a controller thing at first, but... And yeah, I'll read your answer to that in just a moment. 33 on the clock. In 2, you can press jump a few frames before hitting the ground, but not in 1. That's probably why I'm slipping off edges all over the place, to be honest. Well, one of the reasons. Oh yeah, you mean to get like a lot of really swift jumps in sequence, right? Yeah, I'm not enough of a speed player in 2 to have done that very consciously anyway. Maybe I did. But... You know, for things like enemy bounces, yeah, but for just sequences of jumps on ground, I never optimized it tightly to begin with. So it's not too much of a habit. Oh. Yeah, we actually made it through that quickly this time, except we landed poorly up top. Yep. Pretty satisfying one to run through. Kind of feels like a DKC time trial almost. One thing I do talk about quite often with DKC and Tropical Freeze in particular is just, first of all, how well designed it was to accommodate both fast and slow play, and how much it really feels like you only get the full measure of the level design once you see everything, you know, continuously in a way that takes advantage of all the momentum and the level design and all the bounces that are kind of perfectly placed for speedrunners. Yeah, you can totally go directly to the bones over there instead of waiting. We got 18 seconds through the second door, which is almost certainly too slow, but we'll improve on it. We lost a lot of time, of course, but we want to see what the individual problems are in case there have been other minor difficulty buffs in the level design itself. Well, back to not having to hear the cat say "yeah" with every jump here. Oh. Yeah, flip that a bit and just stick that landing. And of course, I can't quite see on the camera what's going on with the muncher up top when it comes to timing, so we do need to work on that. Yeah, jumping directly on the bones by just lunging towards it with a full jump will actually work. Again, we kind of need to apply a little bit of DKC brain to this when it comes to thinking about how things are positioned to accommodate speedrunning. 20 seconds to the door, that's a new record. And just follow the coin trail like that. Oh, this is new. Then, yeah. No optional 1-ups and power-ups here, obviously, and time's up in this segment, so too much bouncing around, but just wall climb, exactly. Why can't we do that with our kitty? Yeah, when playing Maker 1 now, every time I get a Link costume or Frog Mario or anything like that, it really throws me off. Because I keep expecting all the Maker 2 mechanics. You know, 3D World had all the semi-solid stacking flexibility of not only the other themes, but the other themes in Maker 1. That would be a whole lot of cat climbing that we could have done. All over the place. Alas, not so. No. Yeah, we can probably do that in a single jump. Maybe I should stream Tropical Freeze time trials at some point, actually. It'll give me a reason to relearn the game. It actually is, I think, Maker notwithstanding, my most played 2D platformer at some point at this point, because I've completed it to 200% multiple times. And it's not that short a game when you do it that way. But yeah, it was kind of interesting to play with the Funky Kong mode in the Switch version, because it's kind of like a speedrunning for dummies mode, where you know you can just crash through everything really quickly, and but you're given a good safety margin to do so. But yeah, we kind of have to apply the same expectations to this level, and we are threading through it with a path where we want to look for efficient ways to jump on enemies that are clearly there for people who want to go for that timing. Yeah, the thing about retro era DKC is that every level actually is designed to work like this one here, where there is a speedrun path. I mean, this one has some modifications to the design, minor ones, but consequential. 18 seconds is going to be too slow here. And then you can just swing through here, and then if you follow the coin trail, you can just go directly instead of bouncing to the left. So, little shortcuts. Like this one here, we should skip that extra bounce we've been doing. And also hit the bones, and then give ourselves the flexibility to do a damage boost later on. If it comes to that, 34 seconds. Yeah, shorter bounce in that location actually works. Oh, no, too bad. Yeah, we need to get over to the right side platform faster, and that's what we should be thinking about. Just lower jumps, less airtime. That's my best attempt so far at getting up there, but going fast is a lifestyle? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you know, you do see some people who have this mentality with platformers where that's the only thing they care about. I find that to be a little constricting. But like I said, one thing I really do respect about platforms sometimes is when levels are designed such that going slow is fun and going fast is fun. I think that's kind of ideal sometimes when it comes to platformers. Not just, you know, maker levels, but more full-fledged experiences where you want a little bit of replay and exploration. Of course, a lot of it just depends on the movement mechanics themselves. Okay, that's better than usual. That's also better than usual. 24, by far our best run. And missed. Totally squandered that. Yeah, we did too high a jump there. Going off the diagonal. We should go off the bones directly, though. We previously did that drop just fine, but yeah, 24 seconds on the second door. That's about as good as we're going to get. That was about as clean as we'll ever do it, so. And yeah, that's a bonk. Oops. You try to eliminate wait times as much as possible. Yeah, it's satisfying when you see that everything is doable immediately on the first cycle. In fact, it sometimes surprises me sometimes to not see it now with some makers where, you know, you try to go immediately and so easy to just be accustomed to that working, especially from checkpoint where oops. No. Not quite. So this currently has 6 clears on it. Not that many plays though for a level from like 2017. It was uploaded at the same time as the normal mode version though, so any kind of disparity there in terms of clears and attempts and such is not just due to any kind of demographic changes with time in a player base or anything. It was going to be a reasonably meaningful data point in terms of how much harder it is. Of course, there are the various level design changes. 21 seconds, it's not great compared to our 24 earlier, but it's enough to practice with. Yeah, that was bad. We do need to dodge that much, but we don't need to be jumping around so much. That's the thing. We had that earlier. We had it perfectly fine, and then we've been losing it. Yeah, so much speedrunning is about input consistency, and that we definitely don't have, so. I mean, so much of advanced play like Kaizo in general is just about input consistency as well. Yeah. Okay. Nope, not quite. That's okay. 34 still. We made a speedrun back in 2015 and it never took off. Oh, maybe we'll try it. It took you way too long to figure out why. Turns out waiting 3 seconds for a wall to open up. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just a matter of not fitting the audience. Like, you know, people who want to play speedruns don't do that kind of thing so much. Oh, it got deleted from the servers, okay. Yeah, I forgot that Nintendo did that with Maker 1 until somebody mentioned it recently that there was a lot of pruning that was going on in advance of unplayed content, but... Oop. Now, Cat, are you thinking about Maker 1 or Maker 2? Because I think the first things that Electrojuice submitted to me in Maker 2 were the speed levels that involved Yoshi's. Oh, okay, didn't get crushed at least. Oh, we got crushed. There are a few players less patient than Mario players. Well, I mean, you know, you're saying this as somebody who watches my stream. But yeah, it's kind of true that, like, getting to know playstyles of the wider player base for Mario. Through Twitch and elsewhere, and also through creating my own levels in these games. That actually has shown me that that's sort of true, that, you know, there's an overall meta that is driven by impatience. One of the reasons I really appreciated Super Mario 35 was that it incentivized the skill set in playing Super Mario, like in playing SMB1, that wasn't just about going fast in terms of other ways to navigate the enemies in the level design and other ways of achieving things, like how, you know, traditionally one of the things that you could look at as a metric was the score line, for instance, which is not reflective of speed. Because I think there was this, you know, dominant mentality that speed is the only meaningful metric of performance that is worth improving at in a platformer, particularly the classic platformer. Look at that, you can actually just go directly off the jump onto the platform. That's much better. Oops. I was in the middle of saying something. About speed. Anyway. Very satisfying to find that kind of interaction, though. But yeah, Super Mario 35. So, the thing about Super Mario 35 was that it was a very powerful reminder of how much of the original SMB1 level design already accommodated in terms of doing things other than going fast, like other ways to be good and feel good. And other ways of knowing the level, right? Like other forms of knowledge that are not just about optimizations and shortcuts, but are about things like, you know, modern equivalent of playing for a score in some ways. Oh wow, just bumped into that. One of many reasons I limit the closure of Super Mario 35, which is by far the best Battle Royale style survival game I've played, so. Also, not coincidentally, the only one that I had a regular shot of winning. I know there's still some alt servers that exist for Mario 35. I actually do see streams of it come up every now and then among, obviously, a very specialized player base that would be trying to keep it alive. But oops. Yeah, we should remember that we can maybe get a full jump off the Goomba there and get directly to the platform, and then that could really solve some problems. Yeah. As with a DKC level, I'm beginning to really appreciate a lot of the subtleties to level design. It's much easier to get here that way, actually. Oh, now we're stuck. Will I join the battle to complete trimming nerves? No. It's way beyond me. Like, even the first jump is not something I'm capable of. But thanks for asking. In fact, I mean, I've been streaming Maker 1 regularly since January and going through lots of profiles, and at the time, like, Team 0% was already largely down to some things that I couldn't do. Although I regret not catching the one formerly uncleared level by Giant/Helgafan, which I only noticed after, I think, Riley C did a video about it, which was the one that was basically like a computational problem. Because that one I totally could have done if I had followed Team 0% well enough to know that like there was like a computational puzzle that was up for grabs. And I might take a look at that regardless. I don't think I'll have time to do all of Giant's profile, but as I understand it, like the user is Helgafan, but the name appears as Giant because he actually built all his levels on a friend's account. So he was the one who created the Cluttered Chaos Calculator and also the Life Without Mystery level in YMM, so which had the Mystery Mushroom Detector, very Theorymon style level, I want to say. Okay, lost a little bit of time there, but yeah, going directly to the platform solves so many issues. It's so much closer to the angle that you need. But yeah, even a couple months ago, there wasn't really anything left in 0% that was known that would have been up for grabs for me, I think. And I know that within the past year, particularly as search tools have become much more available, that uncleared content in Maker 2 has become the focus for a lot of the remaining Maker 2 streamers. There could be something in that, but I'm somebody who already doesn't play things like Endless, and so I kind of feel like the skill set there is maybe not quite what we need. Okay, back to 24 seconds. That's back to our personal best so far. Stuff. Okay, we'll take it this way. Oh, whoops, missed it. And yeah, we just need to navigate our way down to the door quickly. And we should be somewhat close to the ending sequence. We're getting there. Still a couple of awkward little moments to sort out here, but yeah, and if we need to take the damage boost, we'll take it. We're not really doing it intentionally anywhere, but it's actually these muncher stacks that I'm worried about sometimes. Because, of course, we can't see the camera position of the muncher until we're too late, so usually just have to take that jump on faith. And having the additional point of damage available does make that much more approachable. That was a close shave there, but we got it. 25 seconds, personal best, and that's with the suit intact. Okay, let's fall off this accurately this time. Accurately this time. Yeah, we kind of need to fall out of that. You go right by one tile to miss the muncher, and then you need to fall into the dry bones. We did it perfectly well on an earlier attempt. We just haven't done it in a while. Coffee has been acquired, Mr. Electric Dude. Hopefully with all of the toppings you prefer. All of the additions. Unless you just take it black, which is perfectly fine if it's good content. Okay. We've definitely been making improvements. Oh, missed it. But yeah, we can get through the off-camera muncher bounces safely. We're in decent shape. You have a handy machine at home with cups, so you mean like the Keurig cups, where you just punch it into the machine and squeeze. I only ever see those in hotels. suppose that is a convenience. Yeah, unfortunately, if you're just off by a little bit in terms of time, you just take a hit there and you can't do anything about it. It's just off camera and... missed it. Maybe it is faster to... Well, I mean, it's not faster, but maybe it's more convenient to just, you know, do the standard route there. But like I said, we did the direct drop down to the dry bones just fine earlier. And I'd like to find that timing again if we can. You were not a coffee drinker before your thesis? Yeah, I was off it for many years, and then... There was one year in undergrad when there was a coffee shop that opened in a new building where some of my lectures were. Right beside one of the lecture halls where I was going for class, and let's just say that that year I had a bit of a problem. It was becoming a very serious dependency, and you know, when you kind of get off coffee, it's a bit of an adjustment where you're just falling asleep all the time. But yeah, I was kind of drinking exclusively tea for the longest time, and then sometime in the last few years, probably because I kind of had access to a good coffee maker again, I got back into having a coffee problem. I mean, I guess part of it is just out of necessity sometimes, but yeah, I can definitely see why there would be a thesis-related necessity that whoops, wrong way on the spring. I have to say, one of the very worst things about aging is I'm much less capable of pulling all-nighters than I used to be. You'll notice that I've never run a 24-hour stream or anything here. I mean, I would love to if I could. And I can totally see why so many people can, because I remember having that kind of long-term endurance. And relying on that kind of endurance to get anything done, you know, usually just plan around saying, okay, you know, on this particular day, I know I'm just going to be able to take a 36-hour day, and we'll have the hours that we can put in to get this thing done. And you can just do it, right? Nowadays, you try that. If I try that, rather. Not that it comes up anymore that often, but, you know, you just wind up having unexpected sleep cut into your time, and things don't get done properly. 24 seconds, good. Your energy levels are really bad. Well, I mean, it's kind of funny because, like, you clearly have decent sleep hygiene in some respects. That's at least, you know, from my sense of proportion for that kind of thing, which is terrible. And that you clearly try to put in the time, and also seem to get up quite early your time, judging by when you show up in my stream, but... yeah, I've been... Okay, yeah, this is what's happening here, is that platform... You drop it to a certain point, and when it's in its final location, it tugs you to the left, and so... you can't really just jump directly to the bones very conveniently. If you go too low, you have to fall towards it. Yeah, I was saying something on yesterday's stream about how, you know, I really kind of envy the Mars rover schedule. just doing everything on 30 hours a day, 30-hour cycles. It makes so much sense to me. And yeah, I definitely get that, you know, sometimes, like, not everybody's similarly advantaged when it comes to fatigue, and particularly mental fatigue. Depends what you do and the kind of problems you work on too, right? Where, you know, like quantitative problems can be very exhausting in ways that you don't necessarily notice when you're just doing them all the time. Anyway. Waking up early is a genetic thing for you? Yeah, I'm in a long line of night people. There's like a bit of a family legend about that, in fact. Anyway, let's go. But yeah, I don't have as much control over my own schedule as I used to, but back when I did, you know, whoops, yeah, once again, this platform just tugging me to the left is just a huge problem. Yeah, back when I had a lot more flexibility in terms of when I could get things done. I think, you know, I actually have this mental association of a sunrise with having gotten a lot of things done overnight. Like, I think of the most productive days of my life when it comes to any kind of project work. And I think every single one of them, like the really, really productive days where things memorably got done, every single one of them sort of ended with like a feeling of job well done at like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., time to sleep. No, if I'm not under time pressure to do something, maybe I don't put things, maybe I don't take things to that extreme unless I'm, you know, playing Civilization or something, but... Yeah, it does mean, of course, that... Well, I mean, the sleep schedule is not the reason that I stream at this hour. Like, I stream at this hour because, like, I actually have too many daytime conflicts now to play video games uninterrupted. But... And even so, you know, you've seen I've had some emergency interruptions on this stream before as well that have come out of the blue, but yeah, it does mean that, you know, I can only really sort of build an off-peak community here these days. But that's alright. Actually, oddly enough, I think this stream time is actually pretty convenient for people in Australia. I just don't really have too many connections to an Australian maker scene. But then, you know, occasionally we wind up raiding a lot of Australians because they're up and running. Oops. Of course, video games are kind of famously expensive there. And also much more heavily regulated. Oops. It's kind of true, though, that I don't see a lot of people from that region in Mario Maker, like even outside my own playing or network. I mean, you know, clearly the makers do exist, but sort of an underrepresented time zone in some ways. Internet is also famously terrible. Yeah, I guess because, you know, undersea connections everywhere else and all that. Whoops. And the infrastructure over there. I mean, internet is famously terrible in many places, though. Oddly enough, one place where internet is not famously terrible is South Korea, which is no longer a place where Twitch operates. And where it was under bandwidth restrictions for a while. I mean, that's partly because of, you know, a lot of tech sector protectionism over there that pushed everybody onto Africa, but oops. Yeah, I actually have reasonable home internet nowadays, just with far too many outages for my liking. You know, the performance is good, it's just that the outages have been much more frequent than I have hoped. Particularly while streaming, but that's because, you know, I stream during what some people would consider low traffic and low risk maintenance hours. Yeah, I clearly don't have the right pattern for that bounce over there. I think I have to kind of go right away on that jump because much of timing is just really kind of vicious. Whoops, losing too much time here, but let's get the practice in. No. Yeah, and of course, getting off of the note block there's going to be a bit of a minimum height in that jump that we have to fall from, so a little restricted in how much we can save that. But yeah, we'll see how tight we run on the timer. The thing is, yeah, I really can't see that much at all. The camera is just never going to get there on time, and so it's always guesswork to see how we're doing there. Maybe you're just very lucky with your internet, perhaps so. Okay, yeah, we just have to take damage, I guess, sometimes. We have no control over that segment, as long as we just make the jump. Okay. No, once again, we have to fall in towards it. It's a very sort of counterintuitive thing here, to sort of pause and then fall towards the dry bones. It's very difficult to see. And I think I underestimated that because I did it so naturally before I managed to execute it. We haven't really had a clean attempt past the dry bones in some time. $33. Okay, managed to make it. Good, good, good. 24 because we got stuck on a platform. That's okay. No. Yeah, missed it. You kind of need full momentum off that fall, I guess. Maybe it's not optimal to do it that way. Or, well, I mean, it's too high risk. If you're faster, you're supposed to jump under the muncher? Maybe. Oh, really? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I see where you mean, I just don't... Not necessarily if I'll do it, but... Yeah, because in the slow version we spent a bit of time timing that. So I didn't really consider alternatives. But yeah, I mean, given that I can't see the muncher at all, I don't really know that any options will be friendlier anyway. Jump under the muncher? Oh, you mean directly from the note block, maybe? I don't know if that gives you enough height, though. Whoops. That's a possibility, like trying to see the note block and just get you under the muncher. But I don't know about that, though. I haven't really gotten much of a read there for the alternatives. I'll consider it. So let's see how things feel over here first. No, it doesn't reach. Unless you mean like getting onto the cloud and then directly under the muncher from there. But again, I can't see it anyway, so I might as well just spring it, right? Just for speed, like we probably should just use the bounce if it's available. Nope. Well, we'll see. Now we've got a bit of a do or die situation. I mean, I like that it just gives you a power up to lose whenever. Yeah, because sometimes we make it over and sometimes we just don't. Okay, that's bad. 35 on clock here, but that's with the damage boost, which does save time. Oh. Yeah, that's the issue there, is that if you try to go directly under the muncher, it's hard to get to the next note block and land it. Without smacking the next trampoline. It's not really a comfortable jump over to the next hard block at that point, so I think I'd rather stick with the spring path, because we know at least that it gets us where we need to go. But helpful suggestion anyway. Okay, 25. this bit here. And maybe I just hold right, but previously I think I had some issues with that. Maybe you just hold right and land on the bones. And if, but I thought I'd previously kind of hit one of the walls on the way down on the right side. That's why we gave up on that previously. But I don't know, that was so long ago now. Maybe that deserves reconsideration. Okay. Yeah, basically if I'm too high up above that cloud there as I'm repositioning, the launcher becomes an issue. Oops. Because there's this very specific cycle that you need to hit with the muncher, which is loaded in as you enter that room, and so, you know, minor fluctuations in timing can affect whether you're able to just sneak over it blindly. Like that, we got it. 25. Nope. Not no momentum. Yeah, maybe we just hold right. The thing I was concerned about is the ledge that you can hit on the right on your way down to the bones, which I'm pretty sure we had hit at some point, so... Nope. There's a very specific path you take in your head, but the camera makes it hard to tell if it works for sure. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I kind of have to guess. Regardless, whoops. Nope. Trapped on a ledge. Very precisely placed to trick you out that way. Yeah, we just haven't been to the final segment enough to really see how much flexibility we have right now. 34, that's been relatively consistent. No. Yeah, it seems like when we get past a muncher anyway, we can consistently get out the next door. Around 25. We haven't had a good run past that point with that amount of time on the clock, so... Yeah, Hypercat, we're not doing viewer levels right now. We might be doing some kind of casual session of suggested levels and viewer levels, particularly from Discord, as we get near the end of Maker 1 in the last week or so. But recently we've just been going profile by profile and seeing everything we can. Yeah, I can tell when I'm taking too long on this side spring here, in terms of getting that jump down, and that is going to affect whether I can get over the muncher. But if you don't hit it on that cycle, it's a bit of a long wait to do it. Maybe it's doable to sneak on the lower path, but... We'll see. It could also be a momentum control thing if I'm maybe hanging too far to the left on that interaction. We might not have time for another maker after this today, after all. Contrary to expectations, but that's okay. It's Super Discord Brothers level after this one, which means it's going to be relatively easy traditional if our experience with that project is any indication. So, you know, this will be the last big grind, probably. This one right here. Yeah, so the thing is, you hold right there, you just hit the ledge, and then you don't get the angle you need, so... Maybe we should just take the standard path off that one instead of going for the Dragon shortcut until we know how tight we are on the ending, because we haven't had a practice run on the ending, really. Just entirely because of failure to get past that drop. Oh. Yeah, I want to land with a nice angle on that cloud so we can get into the bounce immediately. The faster you get into the bounce, the easier it is to get over the buncher. It's clearly doable, we've seen it. That was unusual. Chipping that from the side. Yeah, you have to just be really crisp there. 25. Okay, let's just go down to standard route. I totally missed. Yeah, it burns about another 2 seconds there if you do it that way, particularly if you miss, but... Until we find a good, consistent way to get onto bones, we really should worry about making the jump more than just making a clock. But yeah, all to talk about how stylistically it feels like a DKC speed metal. It's giving me some motivation to get back into DKC and play for speed metals. Whoops. It's been some years since I last went back to Tropical Freeze, in fact. Despite how heavily I played it several times in its heyday. One of those games like with 3D World as well, actually, where every time I go back to it, I just get completely absorbed in it. Oops, hang on. Slipped up a little bit here. You can tell I had a great time with the Wii U as a system. Actually, I was very pleased with it as my primary system for the few short years for that to be true. And that's just a function of the Wii U software library being a very good fit for me as a player. Oh, wow, just slipped right off. Yeah, I don't know what it is with this platform feeling like it goes left much earlier than it really does. Because it doesn't really go left until it falls into the track, but for some reason I always feel like there's a bit of leftward drag on it prior to that point. It may just be because I'm hedging a little bit too much on the jumps themselves and overcorrecting, but we'll see as we steadily try to figure it out. Yeah, just need to go immediately on this and you hit the timing, you're safe. 25 seconds. That's about as good as we can ask for. Now, if I just fall into bones, I can still survive that by jumping out of it. I just haven't found my preferred method for that. Until we get it, we don't get to practice the last room, so... Everything was off there. Nope. Okay. Slipped up a little bit there, but 33. Yeah, just have a nice landing arc towards the cloud, and that solves a lot of issues. Oh, lost 2 seconds there just from a bad jump. No. Yeah, it's really awkward in that, you know, one extra column where you have to get to the right of the buncher as you fall. That throws me off a lot. That, the holding is just inconvenient in every which way. Anyway, let's plug this in, 34. Yeah, nice and quick. It's been cleaner and cleaner. Now we know that we just need to correct the arc going into the cloud. Nope. Got the bounce, but not the momentum correction coming out of it. Yeah, I am beginning to think we shouldn't risk falling directly towards the bones until we are sure we need that kind of time saving of about a second. Yep, that's a whole lot of bonk. We need a bonky mode, now that I think about it. We need a lot of emotes, but I have to make a mental note that one of them should be a bonk, because we do it far too often for that not to be the case. Maybe bring it in with Paper Mario and have the Goombella head bonk. The bonk attack. I guess we do have a bop. Play enough music levels around here that they are often a bop. Gotta get more Charlie Parker in here, and it'll really be a bop. And of course, that mystery mushroom getting peeled off there as the catsuit just rolls away. Ten times battle? Yeah. I actually only won my first 100 battle this year. I was kind of getting back into the game a couple weeks before Side Order. And up to that point, I didn't know that the 100 battle lets you pose in a float. Like I'd seen a couple of hundreds before, but I hadn't actually won one until that recently. Yeah, it's just a completely different game than I remember now because of the maps. That I don't know half the maps anymore. And I'm glad that the maps are finally at a stage where you have a lot more differentiation from the previous games. I like the map pool took a while to find an identity in Splatoon 3, and I'm still not that accustomed to it. That doesn't even make sense, the whole area. That jump. Just haven't found the pattern we need. $34. Okay, good. No damage. Oh, whoops. Yes, damage. 23. That was too bad. Yeah, I still don't know what to do about that. The drop over there, nothing seems to be working as cleanly as it could. We just have had few attempts at all past that point. Still quite a bit more to practice after that, as we get towards the ending. Nope, I knew that was slow that time. You can just tell sometimes when it's not gonna go. Yeah, I'm still trying to find a good drop angle for that. It's not just hold right, but it's something close to it, and very subtle. Did you just win your 10 battle, or? Yeah. Yeah, I have to remember to put in at least a little bit of time in Splatfest. I don't know if you've had much time to play with some of the newer weapons yet. I really got into playing NZAP 89 last season. It's kind of caught up as the weapon that I've used most in ranked, I think. Because something about it just sort of clicked in terms of playstyle. Particularly once I figured out how to use the super jump a bit more effectively, because that was a bit of a mystery for me at first, but then now I'm getting used to placing it, and the rest of the kit just kind of came together from there. It's just a good fit for the kind of range and speed that feels comfortable in my end. You've been playing Sorella Tent, interesting. Yeah. I haven't really played a lot of the Tent Umbrellas in 3, actually. Oops. I'm actually not even at in-game level 30 yet, so there's a lot of weapons I don't have access to currently. But that's alright, I mean, I'm still putting in time into ones I'm already comfortable with. Yeah, tried messing around a bit with the S-Blast 92. I don't have the 91 yet. You know, partly for the whole school's Super Scope flavor of it, but it was a very powerful reminder that I really can't play blaster weapons. I mean, I can do it in side order where everything is playable, but in multiplayer, I'm just completely lost when it comes to blasters. Part of it is that my range perception in the game is not very good. I have a great deal of trouble estimating ranges. Come on. Every time I take a hit this early, it's going to be a liability for the off-screen muncher here. Yeah, if you go really fast, then this is safe. Didn't even make it to the drop this time. Oh, whoops. I mean, not whoops. I mean, we're going to start anyway, but I wanted to start over. We're staying with it until my thumbs give out. We have had to bail on one level on Glackum's profile already. One and only one. This one, we're still kind of progressing on it. Well, I mean, once we sort out the drop to the bones. So I wanted to at least see how far off we are in terms of timing. Get within sight of the end. Oh. But yeah, I'm really surprised that the world record on the easy mode level is actually longer than the 50-second time limit on this version, but there might have been some other version changes, particularly in the sub-world, that we are not seeing. Because there were clearly a couple edits. I mean, you know, taking out some of the bonus locations and all of the power-up locations, for instance. And, of course, the checkpoint flag. No. Sorella Kit turns into a tank. Oh, is it, was that with the color shield, or whatever it was? Or are you referring to the umbrella itself? Oh yeah, hide behind the umbrella, I guess. I don't actually remember what the kit is for the Sorella Tinta. Oh, I guess it would be with Trizuka then, right? Trizuka and Inkmine, I see. Yeah, I got a lot of use out of Inkmine just when playing Undercover Umbrella so much. I got really comfortable with the Inkmine. I really enjoyed Inkmine builds in side order as well. And particularly when you get to the point where the ink consumption just kind of pays for itself. Yeah, in conjunction with a tent just obstructing everything, I can definitely see how that works. No. So I'm falling into it towards the side now. Yeah, it's just a little too late. The issue with the drop is that you can't just hold right, and that you run into a wall if you do, and so you have to do something that's slightly infinitesimally less than holding right, and I haven't been able to find it. few times that we have gotten past the bones, we've been floating to jump after that. Yeah, I could tell that was going to be a problem that time. I was playing a couple of different squid beacon kits for a little while. Because, you know, I kind of like that macro layer of playing the map. Kind of satisfying to actually have an influence on the map that way with good placements. But okay, up we go. Starting to slip a bit here. We've been on this for quite some time. We'll have to make a call at some point about how realistic it is, but again, we just really need to fix that drop towards the bones, and it seems like a lot will be tractable after that once we get it down. Okay, lost a ton of time here, but that's okay. We still need to practice on the bones. 22, 3 seconds off what we usually try to achieve. Yeah, you can't just jump down though, I don't think. Maybe with a really short bounce. Anyway, let's see what we can do here. See, once we found the speed timing for this room, it felt really comfortable. And I think it's just a similar kind of knowledge check, perhaps, with what's going on in this drop here, where we just need to find the thing that works, and it's not going to involve a jump, it's going to be some kind of fall. And we're just not seeing the arc yet. Maybe it is a jump where we just need to push further to the right than we think we do on the way down. Not worry about overshooting since we always undershoot. Yeah, try to minimize the spring jump there. 25, great, nice and clean up to this point. Nope. I mean, the thing is that we land, we can't just spill off. We need to recognize it immediately and jump. But I don't react that quickly, so... Yeah, we can find a preferred pattern. That one drop. We're in such better shape. Yeah, too slow. We need to do something relatively minimal on that note block. Yeah, I don't know that we're going to do much better than 25 seconds coming out of the second door, so... hopefully that'll be fine. It's concerning me that that means that time-wise is basically the halfway point, which means we have a lot more to go. Okay. Took a bit of damage there, but that's okay. Just got slightly chipped. It's such an awkward ledge on either side on the way down that drop. I actually wonder if that was actually also a difficulty adjustment that was not in the previous version, or if I'm just noticing it because we've been crashing against it so much. But when we played the standard version, I did just use the spring. Okay. 25, that's fine. No, and then... yeah, it just drops you if you don't jump fast enough. Whoop. Not accustomed to sailing right over that successfully. Okay, 33, lost a little bit of time early on, but... no. Okay, down we go. Yeah, you can always tell when it's going badly. And then of course, you know, if I'm off my rhythm when it comes to the note block, then I can't get a high bounce off of it. Yeah, too low on that. Too low on that. Due to the timing change. Okay, 34 is still on par. Yeah, straight over, good. Excellent. 25. Wow, we just completely failed to hit that. Just missed it completely. Yeah, because the thing is, you know, I'm trying a couple of different methods on the dry bones there, and none of them are good right now. All of them feel awkward. Nope. I mean, clearly the sort of fast drop is the way that we should be doing it, but I found it my first attempt there and I've just never been able to find it since. Okay, got it. 26 on the clock, that's actually... well, I mean, because of damage boost. Yeah, something's completely off here. I don't like any method for that. Like, all of it doesn't seem to fit. It's okay. Nope. 35. Best way is to ignore the spring. Yeah, thing is, the platform kind of drags you, though. The reason that we hadn't been doing that was because, you know, jumping directly off the platform was killing my momentum in a way I couldn't quite predict. Because of the way that it gets loaded onto the track. Like, part of it is a bit of a camera issue as well, where, you know, you can't quite see when the platform is hitting the track on its way down. Yeah, while it's still falling. That's what I'm trying to do. Or was trying to do earlier, and then it was still giving me a bit of drag. Which means I was probably just going late. Because that was the first method I was trying much earlier. Okay. Got that. No. Because the thing is, well, I mean, I guess maybe we have to do just a much shorter jump, but the ledge on the right side above the dry bones that has the muncher sort of one column to the left, that obstructs a lot of stuff, and that definitely prevents you from holding right, for instance. And it also blocks any kind of jump that you might want to do early before the platform is down, so... Early part's getting a little more fluent, 25 seconds. Yeah, you see. Because I can't jump any lower than that. So the reason that you do the spring is because then you can keep your head down, right? If you jump at all, the jump height is just too much. And of course, if you do a smaller jump than that, you don't cover enough distance. Which was the issue we were seeing earlier, was that I wasn't able to cover that. Yeah, I know what you're getting at, in terms of the jump positioning. I just am not able to close that distance while keeping my head down to not put my head up above. It should be, you know, falling along the contour. That was the easiest thing that happened so far. Well, I mean, not easiest, but smoothest. And I just haven't been able to recreate the timing for it. But the fast pass should be just to fall. And, you know, the spring jump is, like, off the left side wall is awkward enough that I should probably just go for the fall and just try to find what the rhythm of button presses is going to be for that. Oh. Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll find a comfortable method for it, but... I didn't think that jump would be a roadblock at first, but it really has proven to be. It doesn't look that concerning. Okay, wrap around and down. I think I actually just fall towards the bones a little later with the expectation that I'll just take a damage boost on it and jump off the muncher. I mean, if I bounce on it, great, but it's really hard to see whether I will. And I've got a little stuck here. It's okay, we should still be able to hit like maybe 33 on this round. Particularly if we take damage prematurely. 34. Close one, but we got it. 25. No, yeah, the one column on the right really kills that. I really do wonder if that was in the old version, because that has just repeatedly got into my way. But I think in the old version, like I said, I did take the left side spring. And you're going to have to go? Yeah. Enjoy your grandma's 80th. And to her, the best of health. So. Anyway, let's try to put this together. Down and around. Yeah, this one took a lot more work than I suppose so far, this level. We really haven't seen, you know, really even the last third of it properly, which... Well, we'll see. It might be a case where, you know, my hands are going to be complaining too much to really make a serious run, but then here we are making a serious run. Except, of course, the timing awkwardness here as we're getting to 9 seconds, and then... unbelievable. We had it. We had it with 4 seconds to spare. Died on the last jump to the flight. No, I wasn't sure because that's modified, of course, from the original version in that there's no lower path with Divine. But it doesn't seem required to do spring bounces on the way over because, like, the timing is quite relaxed at that point, actually. Well, best attempt yet. And the thing is, now we know that time is actually not that tight of an issue. Which means that we can take the left side spring path onto dry bones. And actually navigate the next room after that pretty carefully, as we saw. But yeah, I was reading the one-way panels there in the last room and I was thinking, am I actually required to get the bounces? Or can I not? And I don't think I need to. I think I can just jump pillar to pillar without worrying about the one-ways, but we were reading that on the fly and then just choked on the last element. Yeah, and the thing is, I had enough time to read that. I don't know why we were rushing it. But of course, you know, 4 seconds of time pressure is still time pressure. Yeah, I mean, you know, that was partly a reading it for the first time issue. That happens. But yeah, basically, I should go down to spring here. If we get a clean bounce on the dry bones, then the ending should mostly right itself. Well, it might take a while before we get back to that spot, but we know it's, you know, it's very beatable, actually. I was wondering how we'd do it with the clock since we're doing so many things suboptimally, particularly wandering so cautiously on the last room down to the door. But it turns out, yeah, timer is actually very generous here. I mean, I guess we become pretty well practiced in the early rooms too, so that's certainly a factor. Oop, taking damage here. Not good, but we'll make it. Then, let's go down this way. 10 seconds on the clock. And we even get Cat Mario at the end, so... Oh. I think we can afford to just jump around to one-way panels, looking at the angles here. We have time to position that. Because the thing about doing the bounce is that you get into a lot of trouble if you don't cut momentum before you drop in. There's no safety net this time unless, well, unlike the original version where there's a lower path for Divine. So, yeah, we're not so tight on time that we need to use the springs to reach the goal. And as long as we don't bonk on the one-way panels, I think the jumps are doable without the springs, as we previously saw, so... Oh, we've had 2 good attempts in very quick succession. So this is looking tractable. Okay, there we go. Weave in and out. A little too far there. Yeah, I think it's become clear at this point that the dry bones drop there actually is the hardest thing in the level. And the more we can get past it, the better a shot we'll have. We'll try to close it out soon. So yeah, it's kind of nice that with practice I've been able to improve so much on the clock in the earlier segments. Just to bounce. Yeah, I'm not cranking hard enough from left to right as we hit the spring on that. I think I'm just falling short of the bones because of that. That we just don't have enough rightward momentum after the spring bounce happens. Okay, almost there. But yeah, it's nice to just be less and less worried about the clock now. Okay, that's okay. Salvaged it. Still 25 on the clock. I think that's at least partly because we're hitting the lower spring and not the upper one. Perhaps. Maybe that makes a difference. Given that sometimes we're just going too low. Where's the bones? And that time we clearly just made contact with the bottom spring and not the top one. I didn't think it would make a difference, but as I've looked at it, perhaps it does. That was unusual, but... yeah, a little bit of awkwardness on the vine climb there, but we managed somehow. Nope. Anyway. Oh, that just stalled in that for some reason. God. We'll get there. But yeah, at this point though, definitely not time for a second maker tonight, and Definitely a very ample demonstration of why I'm glad I did not try to close out the whole stream, close out this whole profile yesterday. I thought, oh, just a few levels left, we could totally do it. Nope. Today took time. Yeah, it's all about that drop. That's the entire level right there. That has become abundantly clear with time. And many attempts. Okay, it's clean. Very clean. 26 seconds, too. One of the best runs we've had, actually. We actually had a second chance at that after missing the first jump because the platform was still available. I was actually a little concerned about the difference between two sprites. That the cat sprite, you know, doesn't make contact quite the way that I think it will, just because we're not accustomed to the sprite in relation to its hitbox. And so I might be second guessing that a little bit when it comes to perceiving whether we are making contact with the spring on the way over, which is perhaps why I don't think I've actually successfully made that with the cat yet. Anyway, we had a really good run up to that point, though. Like a really, really good run. But missed a key. That was unusual. It's okay. But yeah, we can consistently get on the dry bones. And we're in good shape. Maybe it'll be third time lucky on the ending, but we'll see. Okay, good. Let's not get crushed by the muncher or by anything else here. 11 seconds on this. Okay. Four seconds to go. And yeah, I mean, we didn't do the bounces, but the bounces were very clearly a bad idea there. So. Okay, that took a lot of work. That was about an hour and a half, I think. But, look at that. It's a new record. And that's even with, you know, patiently taking away through the ending. It's funny because when I've done some of the harder level grinds that we normally wouldn't necessarily sit through, those have actually produced some of the most world records so far. It was the same with that, you know, floating vehicle contraption level with the 3 minutes of back and forth that was in Ragnarok X's profile last week that we, you know, stuck with it for 3 hours and I got a record, so nice to bag some of these as we go. That would have been clear number 7. Yeah, the clear number doesn't update until you refresh the profile. But yeah, and look at this. This is technically the same level with a few adjustments, and it's got a 55-second record, which I guess there might be some changes in the level, like with this layout, but I'm not going to try to snipe that. My thumb won't let me. So we're going to close out with this one from New Super Discord Brothers U. I think this was, yeah, in 2018, and it was managed by somebody other than Pink Birdo, I think. Like, at that point, it had been handed off to somebody else managing the collaborative Super Worlds under this brand for the Discord collaborations. But regardless, we have seen a few creations from it before, and we'll See what Glackum came back out of retirement to produce 8 months after the previous one. And this will be the last one on the profile and the last one today, so... And yeah, Luca, that's really quite a spectacular animation there from B. Suzuki. Man, give me the little Baraki dance as well. Anyway, let's see Subsided Stronghold. Okay, I'm actually kind of glad there's a water level, because usually what happens after I play a speed level is that I'm still kind of in speedrun mode and liable to try to dash everywhere. Anyway, let's push. Just get rid of these guys one at a time. Very convenient for that hammer to get over there, and then we'll sneak away up through the gate. Anyway, spin and then, I mean, I guess we just run. And let's see, we actually haven't really seen much in SMBU on this profile, now that I think about it. Oh, and you can go back this way, it looks like a secret. So yes, we will do secret hunting. And plenty of it. That's 1 coin out of 4. We'll keep our eyes peeled for more. I don't remember how semi-solids worked in Maker 1, but this is a lot of semis. Well, you should have seen some of the other levels in this profile, that particularly the ones in Super Mario World Castle, I think it was, that just had this really unique background tiling to them that was just tons and tons of semi-solids being stacked. Yeah. After playing Glackum's levels here, I totally understand why he didn't have a presence in Maker 2, so far as I know. Because this is somebody who loves stacking. Lots of pipe stacking, too. Entire levels that are built around purely aesthetic pipe stacking. Yeah. As has been the case with many of the makers we've featured, you know, most of the best concepts in this profile are not doable in Maker 2. I find myself saying that a lot, but it is true. Sure, let's do this. That should be it for the coins. Assuming the safety coin standard is in place at this point, which it might be. Propeller, of course, is completely useless underwater. You know, someone was commenting about the aspect ratio as well. I had somebody else, I don't remember who it was, say yesterday, that they thought that everything looked a little bit wider, and so it's sort of interesting that you think the thwomps look taller. So, yeah, the stars eventually need a passage to flow all the way over to the right side, which means that we need the thwomp to stop. This is, as we know by now, very much a classic Glackum boss to have thwomp in a clown car.
Oh no!
We saw one of those earlier today for sure. Very good one earlier today as a variant of this kind of boss. And it was in the 1YMM level as well.
Oh no!
This one at least doesn't try to kick you out of either side of the level, but I guess that doesn't work as well in water anyway. And yeah, we should actually pop the right side early, because that gives you access to the mushroom. Well, eventually. We'll try Try to avoid the hammers. And oh, and the spiny projectiles. Yeah, so ideally we want double stomp without getting hit by spinies. It would be nice if the swamp would wake up for us here. Just having a little bit of a snooze. Yeah, the swamp would kind of wake up. There we go. That's fine. You can pop this side now. Stay nice and low. Yeah, because the swamp is technically trying to restore itself into position. I'm not exactly sure what the logic is for underwater. But it does seem unusually slow to wake up. Maybe we just need to give it some distance. Or maybe just bump it higher to what would have been its vertical spawn position. Yeah. Because normally that's not something you need to think about because the swamp typically wouldn't float. It would just revert back to its preferred height, right? But you have to manually bump it up to its preferred height. Its original height, rather. The placement height. That is currently registered as its return position and upper limit in order for it to wake up. So I actually haven't seen this interaction before with the swamp wake up being delayed by being underwater. That's something that's kind of new to me. It's late in the set, and even as a variant of a Glackum classic as far as bosses go. Oh. Anyway, not exactly speeding through this, but yeah, we'll bump him up. Oh, we got hit by that projectile. Then, now the nice thing though is that we can basically choose the position for the swamp by letting it float over before bumping it high enough for the activation. Now we can let it come over a little bit first before we get it to stomp, which is pretty good as long as we don't get hit by the hammer at the same time. So there is a tactic that we can go for here. I should go back here and check for power-ups. That's a lot better, safety-wise. Which means we can just afford to worry about the mushroom on the right side later. Okay, and by later I mean now. Yeah, I love how it does give you the opportunity to do the double stomp as well. So there's something you can work towards as slightly a speedier method. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. That's okay. Let's get out of here. Probably go for the shroom now. Let him bounce. Get more momentum underwater than we're usually going to get. Miss. But yeah, center him, move him up, and get ready for stars. It's just hammer dodging at this point. We'll keep the swamp nice and low, actually, if we can. Because the clown car bump is a bit of an issue, but at least he's not stomping. Now we cut through. And through. Okay, and then we get the coin for the bonus room, whatever it is. So yeah, these levels were just, teaching me new things all the way to the very end. Which is very nice. And we'll even get the Miiverse screenshot. Was Miiverse even still around in 2018? I don't remember when the shutdown was exactly. But anyway, we have all the power-ups for the Miiverse screenshot. And we don't even need to use the repeller as a repeller. We just need to grab the top of the flag and that's it. So yeah, it took me 5 separate sessions, but we came in 1 level short of 100% completion on Glackum. I don't know if we'll have a chance to grind the remaining one. I might save it, but then there are so many levels I do want to save on this profile. I don't know how much room I'll have. Because, yeah, some of these were really interesting. I mean, yeah, the whole Soaring to Skyscrapers sequence, all 4 of them, just absolutely fantastic. Side Spring Schism, which is something that is a Maker 1 specific mechanic, because the stacking doesn't work in Maker 2. This was really great, very thorough in developing that idea. And that, of course, was playing on the same kind of cloud mechanic that was the centerpiece of the Tower Temple over here. And then, yeah, so this was what we were missing, Platforms of Purgatory. Flyleaf Forest. I actually did look at Flyleaf Forest in the editor, and I actually still don't know what the glitch is, because it just looks like feathers are being placed in the layout, and I don't know what's replacing the feathers so quickly. But there was some kind of glitch behind this level that, you know, created the effect of infinitely spawning feathers out of nowhere, and that was really unique. Still don't know how it works. It's not clear from the editor how it works. And yeah, Cooties vs. Cannons I absolutely loved. This was the one that had the really memorable Jumpman amiibo animation, or Mystery Mushroom animation rather, and a very colorful back and forth path. Yeah, a lot of these were great. Gingerbread Galaxy 5 I think was my favorite of the pipe stack ones. And yeah, this was really rewarding to work on too. This one inside Jakku's belly, which is definitely one of the hardest clears that we've actually put time into so far. Yeah, just a really, really rewarding set to go through. And, you know, I was kind of wondering going into this, am I really going to try to take on a full profile that's near 100 full uploads? Well, it turns out we really got a good sense of this. Oh, Basalt Baths was wonderful. Yeah, because a lot of this was filled with levels that were kind of connected into miniature super worlds in some ways, or at least worlds of a larger game, as you can imagine. And you can definitely see how the level list here was kind of filled out with concepts that were iterated upon and developed in all kinds of variants. So I'm very, very happy with this set. Like I said, you know, we're kind of behind schedule at this point when it comes to makers that I wanted to get through profile by profile, so we are going to call it for this stream. We are going to do a couple more makers if we can cram them in this week, but then we are, as I said, going to gradually switch gears to doing single levels and suggestions and quasi-viewer levels, mostly from recommendations in Discord if we can, in the last week or so of the game, including, of course, that, you know, recommended top 100 list from Japan that we dug up from years ago that has a lot of familiar faces on it and a lot of people we don't know. And I do want to cover some of the legendary Japanese levels at all, if at all possible. Is it going to be fine with Pretendo servers? Yeah, eventually if I get set up with it. Like, preservation will exist. I want to see as much as I can while it's live in case there are eventually issues with either things on my end or with, you know, things getting into legal issues with Nintendo on the emulator side, if that becomes a problem. You never know what the potential risks are when it comes to something archival, but basically I don't feel bad at this point about not using my course mod to download 100 levels by Barb or Salt Lake or whoever that I clearly won't have time to finish in 2 weeks. And someday, if I want to grind through harder Maker-1 content, I can do that. Like, one of the ones I was looking at was potentially doing some of the puzzles by Shonhib, because those are kind of a very important part of puzzle history in Maker-1 that I just don't really know much about firsthand. On the other hand, that profile has 100 levels, and they're puzzles, and some of them are going to be long, so I don't feel as bad about missing out on stuff now that I know that the preservation effort looks optimistic. But I still want to grab a lot of favorites, and I still want to show off as much as I can while there's still, you know, some public interest in Maker-1 and some interest in people grabbing some levels for themselves. So, like I said, really happy with what we saw from Glackum. And we're going to send you folks off somewhere else. And I did have a very clear raid target in mind today, I think. We'll see if that remains the case. So, until then, thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me. I'll be on as much as I'm able to be on, which is always less than I hope. And we'll see all the Maker-1 we can in the coming week or two. Anyway, have a wonderful time ahead of you. See you at our next destination very shortly. And above all, fare thee well.